Okay, good morning, everyone, councilmen, and everyone in attendance today. Good morning. So, thank you all for being here today. I want to make very clear the purpose of this workshop is to better understand the desalination process, its impacts, a community timeline that we should know about and be clear on, and the site selection process that took place to get us to where we are today, which is looking at two areas, our Inner Harbor Ship Channel and La Quinta, the La Quinta site. That said, today is extremely important because this is an opportunity for all of us to have a discussion, to ask questions. There is no such thing as a question that that isn't of importance. We have three new council members. I'm new as mayor. Um, Everything that needs to be answered should be answered. Comments made should be made. And we have subject matter experts here today who will be very, very helpful in answering those questions in addition to staff. The other thing that everyone should know is that I think we all share the common, I guess, goal, of course, is that at the heart of this project, we want to ensure an uninterruptible source of water for our community. And that's the goal here and has been for many years. And so today is really a critical step. And I think today's desal workshop is going to be very educational for us, and it should take us to the next step moving forward. So it's also going to give us some outlook on what our options are. So with that, I think that Amber has some housekeeping information and items. Yes, sir. Oh, no, it is. I'm looking at it now, so thank you. Well, thank you. Yeah, no, thank you very much. So both of these you said? Oh, right. Okay, yes. Okay, thank you, Councilman. Um, Actually, and before we move on, Ms. Huerta, could you call the roll since this is a meeting? Present. Right. Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Amber?
Good morning. Good morning. All right. Well, thank you everybody for joining us this morning. For those of you who may not know me, which is probably a lot in this room, my name is Amber Otting, and I have the honor of being your facilitator this morning. I'm the Strategic Communications Manager over at Water Utilities, and I am, as Mayor said, going to take you through a few housekeeping items this morning. As facilitator, my number one goal is to keep us on time. So those are my marching orders today. And as Mayor said, we have a lot of information to share with you today. So I'm going to do my best to keep us on track. Restrooms today are going to be over here to the left by the elevator. We do not have breaks built into our agenda. So if at any time at your discretion, you need to leave the room, please do so. Okay. I have the mic in my hand. We are being streamed live. In order for those watching to hear you, we need to share the mic. Ray over here is kindly sanitizing the mic. So please make sure that I have the opportunity to share the mic with you before you ask questions. If you could, please, during the presentation, write down what questions you have, and we will make sure there's ample time for you to share those questions. Restrooms, breaks, mic. Okay, can everybody check to make sure their phones are on silent or vibrate, please? And with that, let's get started. Our first presenters today are Jason Coughlin from Freeds and Nichols and Esteban Ramos. They are going to walk us through the approach that is getting from 21 sites down to 2. All presentation materials are available in your binders. All right, thanks.
I'm mic'd. All right, good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity. We really are grateful to be able to be here with our team. My name is Jason Coughlin. I'm familiar with many of you. You've heard a lot from me over the past 7 years. This morning, we've got a great opportunity to hear from the rest of the team. We've got a very deep bench on this project, even though I'm the face that you unfortunately or fortunately see most often. We'll probably get into introductions a little bit later. You actually have bios, I think, in your handouts for each of the team members that are here. And then some that weren't able to join us this morning. The first presentation you're going to hear, and I absolutely agree, Mayor, we want this to be a dialogue. This is for your benefit. We are in this day in and day out, so it's easy for us to assume that everyone kind of understands this at the level that we do and has the history that we do. We need to invite you into that process to be able to see the approach and the strategies that were taken starting in about 2014, 2015 to develop the project the way that it's been developed. If you do have any questions, obviously we've got our panelists here, Steve and I and the city staff are more than happy to answer those. So feel free to raise your hand. Steve has the handheld mic and we can get that over to you. The process for siting really is the foundational decision that you have to make when you're developing a seawater desalination project. Dr. McKinney at HRI says desal is like real estate. It's all about location. And if you were able to attend the Flatsworthy event in 2019, both of the environmental scientists who spoke thought did an excellent job, pointed to this decision as the one decision that can be made to make a project either sustainable or non-sustainable. So we wanted to go into detail specifically on how the siting process was performed and then how the 2 sites were established as preferred sites. And those are the sites that the permit applications have been submitted on. So the process was not me sitting up late at night trying to come up with this idea for desal. We absolutely were committed to not reinventing the wheel. Some really good work has been done on desal in the Coastal Bend, dating back about 20 years. So we wanted to leverage that work, be as efficient as possible with our effort, and arrive at the 2 sites that really make sense to move forward with. What this was, and when I talk about stakeholders, I want you to remember this group that's indicated at the bottom of the slide. The stakeholders really are a diverse and regional group that were brought together in 2015 to begin looking at this project from a technical feasibility perspective and also an economic feasibility perspective. You're familiar with all of these groups. Sampat Municipal Water District has been an incredible project partner. They're obviously the water provider over in Sampat County. They have both industrial and potable water delivery. City of Corpus Christi, the staff has just done an amazing job in partnering with our team. Our role is as the owner's representative. We were selected based on qualifications. We put together, I think, one of the best seawater desalination owner's rep teams you could probably find in the world. Nikolai is a global desalination technologist, does work everywhere from Spain to the Middle East to Carlsbad and Tampa. Neil Callahan was also involved in Tampa and Carlsbad. They sat on opposite sides of the table. Neil represented the public entities on both of those projects, and Nikolai was on the private side for both of those projects. So if you have questions about how this is being done and has been done, these are the guys. Their stories are incredible. We could probably spend 4 days on a workshop just talking about the case studies and how those projects were implemented and how they see this project being implemented most efficiently. So we brought our team, the EDC, partnered with the project as well, and Port Industries brought all of their stakeholders to the table.
Thank you, Jason. We have to make sure that we talk about the investment that we've done. This project has not happened overnight. We've been working on this project for many, many years. We've invested time, effort, and financing into the project. Region N, going even back to 2011, setting up the state water plan and the Region N planning group, has been talking about and integrating seawater desalination into the discussion for the coastal bend and providing for a reliable water source. We even, in 2015, we worked with the groups, the stakeholders that Jason just mentioned, contributing funds to look at the feasibility and look at the project itself, contributing to it in the amount of $150,000 from Port Industries to EDC, another $150,000, and then the city of Corpus Christi contributed $47,745. This timeline shows the efforts that we've done to make sure this is a feasible project with money invested from the city of Corpus Christi through an intentional way. We went out and obtained loans from the Texas Water Development Board through SWIFT funds in the tune of $2.75 million to begin the process of looking at permitting and contributing to the efforts around that work. And then we worked with our stakeholders to come up with the financial ability to pay for the project. We worked with our large volume users who voluntarily contribute 25 cents to this fund that will pay for the construction of a seawater desalination project or a drought resistant water supply. As you see, we moved through this last period in 2020 with some critical points. The council was notified that we submitted 2 applications to the TCEQ, or the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, for water rights and discharge permits. And then we went and obtained again the actual loan application from the Texas Water Development Board for $222 million. Now, again, the state has invested that to us. So they've given that, loan option to take $222 million, but we got creative. We worked with our group and looked at how we can break it up, and so that we're not overextending ourselves. So we took the first, what we call tranche, which we call SWIFT 1 or 2 in 11.4 million, and that's going to help us with permitting, doing more site selection, doing more work with the power, and getting a conceptual design of the project. So you can see how much over 6 years this work has been going on and contributing to this project alone. This investment has not happened just overnight. We've done a lot of hard work and a lot of due diligence to get to the point that we're at. And the financing that has come into it, the investment has been well thought out. And it's been a team effort. We've used our consultants, we've used our internal group from our CEO and others working on freeze to get to this point of making sure that we use the money that our constituents want us to use in an effective and proper way. So we're excited about showing you this, laying it out, how we've done it, and there's a lot more to come. Let me turn it over back to Jason.
The siting process is a 3-legged stool. There are 3 priorities that have to be met in order for a site to be established as really an optimal feasible site. for seawater desalination. The first of those is it has to be environmentally sustainable. You cannot implement a plant, I would say anywhere, but particularly in the unique ecosystem that we have here in the coastal bend, if it's not environmentally sustainable. And the lead environmental scientist, Dave Buzan, who's in the back here on the right, coastal ecologist, has decades of work along the coast doing ecosystem restoration, has done an excellent job supporting our team doing ecosystem and species mapping, making sure that as we evaluated each of the potential sites, there were 21 potential sites across the region, that we understood the environmental impacts of each. That's the first leg of the stool. The second one is affordability. And we know that, I like to use this analogy of an F1 car. We could all be driving around in F1 cars with 6-point racing harnesses and helmets and carbon fiber everywhere and be very, very safe. But we're safe enough driving around in our cars with a shoulder belt. We're not gonna have a $10 million F1 car, we're gonna have our F-150 or Subaru or Honda or whatever that is. When it comes to affordability, we know that there are great lengths you could go to, but those may not be necessary to have a sustainable project. So it's balancing affordability and then obviously operational longevity. We want the asset to be something that's useful for the city for as long as the city needs water, which we see as in perpetuity, right? So these assets, we want to be operational long-term without risks either to water quality, water distribution, or anything else that may come up. Hurricanes, we looked at hurricane and storm surge risk. We looked at all these things. So those are the three legs of the stool: environmental sustainability, affordability, and then operational longevity. We got this group of stakeholders together, the stakeholders that I mentioned earlier. We looked at all of the previously developed work going back to the Region End Plan in 2001. So this was actually a recommended strategy 20 years ago. We also looked at studies from the Texas Water Development Board and Corollo that were done in the early 2000s around siting a plant in the coastal bend. In 2015, we worked with Hart Research Institute to put together a siting evaluation while we were doing a project called variable salinity desalination. And there's no coincidence here that you'll see most of the potential sites are along the La Quinta Channel and the Inner Harbor Ship Channel. Hart Research Institute said, ideally you would go offshore, but you can do this sustainably inshore, and we think the best places are probably the Inner Harbor Ship Channel and the La Quinta Channel. Now, a lot of things have evolved since that study in 2015, because that was based on what we called project profile sites or prototype sites. So if you read that report, there has definitely been some evolution, but the summary is the same. Ideally, you can go offshore, that's the F1 car, right? But you can do this sustainably inshore in those two locations, which is why I think you'll see, not coincidentally, all of the potential sites in those two areas. The process that we took was to identify all of the areas, all of the sites that we thought could have potential, and that ended up being 21 total. That was feedback from each of the stakeholders, from the city, from some private industries, from the port, from the EDC, and then the previously developed work through the Development Board and Corollo. We arrived at 4 candidate sites, and that was through kind of a qualitative screening. So for instance, and we'll get to some of the criteria, is this site at risk of storm surge? Well, if it is, and this site isn't, then there's obviously a difference there. It was an order of magnitude evaluation, very qualitative. We pretty quickly arrived at 4 candidate sites. There was consensus among all the stakeholders in these meetings that the 4 candidate sites really rose to the top going through the screening. Those 4, we did a very detailed quantitative analysis to arrive at the 2 sites. And again, the 3 legs of the stool were always prioritized: environmental sustainability, affordability, and then operational longevity. These are the criteria that we used for each step through the process. So you'll see that the economics and the environment were always on top. When we screened the potential sites, that's very qualitative. We did look at source water quality. Our team was on the water collecting samples. We actually continued that effort for 1 year. So even after the potential sites were screened down to candidate sites and the preferred sites were selected, we were on the water every 2 weeks collecting water quality in these locations to make sure that seasonally we captured variations, operations at local large volume users, discharges, and all these other things. We've captured that data. And then once we arrived at the 4 candidate sites, we really got into the details of the economics. So this wasn't an order of magnitude, well, 75,000 feet of pipe versus 1,000 feet of pipe, which is an obvious difference. This was getting into building a cost model for each of the 4 locations that looked at intake pipeline, discharge pipeline, operations, TDS, or the salt in the water that would impact your operational costs long-term. We also looked at the product water delivery. How far do we have to go to get this to the distribution system? One of the key decisions that came out of the 2015 stakeholder group, which was a little bit of a surprise for all of us, was that it was more economical to produce potable water because that distribution system is in place. If you produce industrial quality water or simply sell the RO permeate, which actually has a higher value to the industries because it's so pure, the project is more expensive because you add the cost of an additional distribution system for that. So that's a key element for the project, and that was all built into the cost model here at the candidate site level. When we looked at the 4 candidate sites, and we actually ranked all of the priorities, doing a pairwise comparison for all of these criteria, which is when we selected the 2 preferred sites. This is just an example. I don't expect you to read this. I'm sorry, this is a really busy slide. But this is an example of what we did as far as a little bit of a ranked choice voting with all of the stakeholders as we worked through the process. It's a very high-level overview of all 21 sites. Now, the interesting thing about the priorities and the charge that the teams were given is that these sites were divided into the north and the south, with the ultimate objective being identifying 1 preferred site in San Patricio County and 1 preferred site in Nueces County. So for instance, the north sites weren't necessarily ever compared with the south sites as far as relative difference or even cost, because the objective was always to choose 1 on each side. These are the potential sites, and then obviously the candidate and preferred sites listed, located on the Inner Harbor Ship Channel. Again, no coincidence there. The Barney Davis power plant was actually noted in the 2001 Regional Water Plan as a possible site for that. We did consider Barney Davis, but very early on, some of the challenges, especially being located near the Laguna Madre and Oso Bay, or potentially having to cross Padre Island to get offshore, made that not a potential site. But these are the sites that we evaluated, 11 sites for the South Plan. And feel free to raise your hand, ask questions at any point if you do want to talk about specific locations. I believe you also have a matrix in your handout that highlights just very simply some of the differentiating factors for each of the 21 sites. Here are the locations, the potential sites that we evaluated on the north side of the bay. This includes everything from Harbor Island all the way over to 3 port sites on the far western end of La Quinta Channel. The candidate sites that were ultimately evaluated quantitatively were the port site at the end of La Quinta Channel to the west, and then the site at Occidental Chemical, which was ultimately selected as the preferred site. And the preferred sites are the 2 sites on which you've submitted permit applications for water rights diversions, and then also the discharge. Yes, sir.
Councilman Lerma?
My concern is with the citizens of Corpus Christi, stakeholder, did they have a say in this? And if they did, where is their comment they want to see in this project? Send out a survey. Citizens of Corpus Christi, as you know, we're elected officials. I want to know where their input was. All I see is business people.
The question is where the input from the constituents, the customers, or the residential customers, correct? Was there input from the outside, from the residential customers to the site selection? Or the process?
I don't see how the process was done in the citizens of Corpus Christi have input they had to say.
I may, why don't you guys start with at the table? Again, we have 3 new council members. It's very simple, but again, with 3 new council members, they need to know who was at that table, who did what we're talking about. List of people.
Mhm.
They met. Councilman understands. Started that, and then maybe answer the question in terms of what's their input outside in after that at some point.
Sure, sure. So the group that was put together to come and discuss or come up with the site selection, we needed to first look at using science. We needed to get with Freeze and Nichols, bring them to the table to choose, to evaluate, like we kind of laid out already, what are the scientific and best sites? Because you when you're buying a house, you always want to make sure where you want to live, what's it like, before you really, bring people to the table. So once we got to the 21 sites and we were looking at, we broke up into 2 groups. We call it the small group and the large group. And we used these 2 groups, and 2 groups were made up of staff and customers. We asked the San Pat Municipal Water District to come to the meeting, and also the Port of Corpus Christi was in the large group. And we look at the type of criteria that was used to evaluate those sites. Okay. Then the group went through and chose those criteria, and then it broke down to a smaller group because we are talking about land acquisition. We are talking about more sensitive information on where we were going to try to break down and choose a particular site. So a smaller group of management, smaller group of scientists and our advisor got together and they evaluated the potential sites and got down to preferred sites or candidate sites and the preferred sites. And then those sites were chosen. Did we have an outside customer from residential sit in the meeting? I have to say no. There wasn't like a survey that was sent out to the citizens of Corpus Christi that say, this is where we want to put the site. This is what, there wasn't that. Because we needed to use the science. The science needed to tell us where the site needed to be selected. So we needed to go through that process. But we did do a lot of community outreach after that. We talked about this project. We went out and we've given presentations to different groups of what was going to happen. What was desal, how it was going to work, how it was going to be integrated into the system. And we talked to them. We try to make them understand what the work and what the benefits of this project was going to be. But to give you the exact answer to your question, no, we did not have a survey. We did not have someone come in and vote on this is the exact sites that we wanted to use from the residential user.
All the decisions that were made by the city council, though, as a body during a city council meeting, included public comment. We're trying to get the number of meetings. We've said it before. I don't recall offhand, but there were probably 2-3 dozen meetings where critical decisions along the path were made by the council. And in every one of those council meetings, public comment was taken and was included in the decision process. Okay.
Going back to the
I know we were trying to question, but I think it's just better if.
So I want to be sure I understand who the original stakeholder group was. So it's the city council, obviously, Port of Corpus Christi. What about Port Industries? Were they included in that? Okay, and who else besides that? Staff, obviously, and you mentioned the San Patricio Municipal Water District? Anybody else?
We brought in those customers to sit in and talk about where the best sites were going to be and the criteria that we need.
You mentioned San Trucio Municipal Water through.
Yeah.
City of Corpus Christi is regional water provider. We provide water to 7 counties and 18 cities, whatever it is. Or any of them included.
Though, when I say San Pet Municipal Water District, though, that is who serves that side. So when we talk to that customer, those are their customers. So if you name an individual city, San Pat is selling to that city. So they're talking to that city. We're feeding the whole region through different groups.
Doesn't Beeville buy water from us? Doesn't the city of Alice buy water from us?
They do. Alice from the lake, both those examples. So adding an additional water supply will help manage those water supplies. And that is why it is so important to begin with the inner harbor, because we can integrate it into the entire distribution system. So we take less of those supplies that feed those two customers that you have just mentioned by using this supply. So we're leveraging our entire system. So that is why it's important to go with this site so that we leverage what we have and what we can distribute at a feasible, affordable rate.
But regardless of what we do, the rate that the ratepayers are going to pay is going to impact everybody in the system. Is that correct or not correct?
It will impact the rate system, yes.
And I think if I hear correctly, the concern is, Councilman Lerma, correct me, is were adequate opportunities given for the public to contribute to the process? Is that's kind of the concern? And I think Steve answered it appropriately. There wasn't a survey or a poll distributed. We did have some public meetings, and then obviously, as City Manager Zanoni mentioned, the public can speak at council meetings. But this isn't unique to desalination. I think for any large water supply development project, the City of Corpus Christi, as the regional water provider, is charged to provide water. And there are some difficult decisions, and I'll point to Mary Roads. Mary Roads was a very difficult decision that the council was bold enough to make at the time, even though publicly it was maybe not the most popular project. But I'll tell you, the region would be in a very different position today had council not made that decision to go forward with Mary Roads. So it's the council's charge to make these decisions, and we want your feedback because the feedback of the public comes through you. You are the public's voice. So we want to hear your concerns and the concerns that you're hearing from your constituents.
That's right. And one of the things that I hear it from my dad every day is one today is worth two tomorrows. And Mary Roads is an example of that. Is one decision that led to two tomorrows. So that is what we have to do. That is why this project came about. So that we get to that hard decision that we take care of tomorrow.
Quite honest with you, I have no problems in making a decision, and I don't think this council has a problem. Okay. Just the way the process works, I get it. We're in a water situation. I'm not against desal. Point blank, I'm just not against desal, and I can almost guarantee you, anyone that's sitting here at the council is not against desal. But I'll tell you right up front, the harbor is an issue for me. Especially when we're going to get another project being built out there in the North Beach area with the breakwaters in the oyster restoration that the oysters that we're going to put out there. We're going to put out there 1 billion oysters, hopefully within early of this next year. And I'm real concerned about the environmental impact that the desal will have effect in the middle of my harbor with ships coming in and out. Okay? My concern is, I'll just tell it point blank, I'm not for the inner harbor, 100%. I mean, you can have the greatest scientists sit up here and tell me it's fine. I can get you another 100 scientists telling me it's not fine. We can go back and forth all we want on that. I'm just saying, I'm not against desal, but I am against the location in the inner harbor. Okay? And my constituents elected me to say that, because I am the voice of the people in my district.
Yeah, thank you. And Councilman, if you have specific questions on oysters or concerns, Dave is our expert here on coastal ecology and ecosystems. So whether that's a conversation you want to have separately or now. Okay, terrific. Yeah, thank you for the feedback.
Real quick question. I just wanted to kind of make a comment on what you had said about Mary Roads. Mary Roads Phase 1 was a fairly good decision. We're paying $2.20 per 1,000 gallons on that, but Mary Roads Phase 2, we're paying $4.67 per 1,000 gallons. So there are some choices there that need to be made to make sure that we're making the right decisions that are financially correct. Okay, some questions on quickly on San Patricio Municipal Water District. You said they're a partner of ours. Have we been sharing our information with them? Okay. They did a study on last year that was done by Corolla. Did they share that with us?
Yes.
Okay, can we? No, they did a desal study or some alternative water supply study that was Corolla did. If they shared that with us, I'd like to see that. Well, okay, I'll look. Give me a second. Let me answer the other questions. Now, Councilman Lerma had mentioned that CC Polymers, or I think that's what he was trying to say, is also there's another desal plant in the inner harbor. Now, as far as I know, they have not activated it yet. So if you're taking samples, you would have some skew there if once they get online. Maybe you can address that.
Yes, and you'll notice that several of the potential sites, go back to that slide, were farther west on the inner harbor. The blue is actually formerly M&G, now CC Polymers. The plant, as you said, has not been commissioned. The desal plant has not been commissioned. We have looked at modeling that has been done on that plant. Don't want to get too far into the weeds here, but their discharge is configured differently than the discharge that we proposed for your project. It's an open discharge. The concentrate or the waste product that comes out of a desal plant is very dense. It's about 60,000 parts per million TDS. And modeling has shown that coming out of that discharge, that tends to immediately drop to the bottom of the channel. Now, the modelers at UT who modeled this threw everything at the model they could, ship traffic, hurricane force winds, all sorts of dynamics, and could not get that concentrate to resuspend, which is really one of the primary reasons that we are not going with that style discharge. But what that also tells us is that even if that plant becomes operational and is discharging at the far west end, we do not expect that concentrate that's going to be 45, 50 feet deep to impact the water quality that we're seeing at our intake. Now, it's not up to the city to look at cumulative effects. It is up to TCEQ to look at cumulative effects. But from an operational perspective, especially because we care about the longevity of the plant, being able to operate predictably and economically over time, we did look at the discharge for M&G.
If you're referring to an alternative groundwater study that they were looking into, that's the Corolla study I heard that they had done. No, I don't have a copy of that.
And I may have spoken too soon on that, Councilman. I have a copy of that, but ultimately that is San Patricio's property. We'd have to get confirmation that we could share that. I understand that.
Why wouldn't? Really a concern to watch it here. So why, so why would that be? That the information is not shared, or that we don't know it, or that it wasn't shared, or in your opinion, I guess?
I like talking about facts more than opinions. In my opinion, Sampat has been an excellent project partner. Very forthright, very open. I don't know why, and this is conjecture, if they do feel there is something sensitive in that report from Carollo, why it wouldn't have been shared. But Brian Williams is always willing to dialogue about these things. I think, as you know, the other regional water provider, the one that provides to Sampat and all the communities there, that he would be open to having that conversation. I can't commit to sharing the report because technically it's not mine. I don't know if that matters, but I guess the report was never made final. It was just draft. But I do want to go back to the M&G site really quickly. It's currently permitted for up to 18 to 20 MGD. Our team, Jorge, Nikolai, myself, and several others actually toured the facility a couple of years ago because there may have been at one point an opportunity to leverage what was constructed. Our opinion was that was not a good opportunity. The ship channel right now, 45 to 50 feet deep. We actually just finished the bathymetric survey, which creates a survey surface for the channel. That's going to be deepened according to the port's plans to widen and deepen the ship channel to be able to accept larger ships, which is also associated with the new harbor bridge, which will, potentially impact those dynamics. And the dredging activities are also something that we're considering.
You were the CC Polymers location.
Well, I will step away from CC Polymers and just go into a hypothetical. If hypothetically a private group developed a seawater desalination plant that was of sufficient quality, approved by TCEQ for potable drinking water, and that industry decided not to utilize that asset, the city could leverage that asset. Let's say that private company came to the city and said, we built this, we don't necessarily need it. We'll make you a great deal, come tour the plant. If you like it, you can have it. That's a hypothetical because there's a lot of things associated with that circumstance that aren't true with this facility. But that's what I mean by leverage.
But I understand that's exactly true, that CC Polymers has excess water from their plant that they could make available to the city of Corpus Christi.
And that is true. So they do have some excess capacity. They were permitted to expand. They have not expanded. The plant is not approved for drinking water use. So you would buy that water and then take it to O.N. Stevens and treat it, and then be able to distribute it if that's the direction the city decided to go. We also, in our summary, after touring the facility, have some questions about process capacity and operations. I did mention the way that their discharge is configured is not one that we recommend. It was permitted very quickly through TCEQ. I had a conversation with some of my colleagues at TCEQ and asked about public comment on that permit. There were zero. They kind of flew under the radar. They have their permit for 5 years. That permit has to be renewed in 5 years. We don't feel like, our team, we don't feel like it's worth the risk to the city to accept either water from the plant or a plant that's not built to your standards and approved through TCEQ for drinking water, particularly if we see some concerns on the discharge for the facility. And that's purely our opinion. The city could choose to go a different direction, but that was the conclusion that we came to.
Desal, since we're not doing the F1 car, that any desal we do is going to go to the ON treatment plant, Stevens treatment plant anyway, correct?
No, the product water from the project that we're developing right now will be potable. It will be compatible with what's in the distribution system. won't have to go to Owen Stevens. And so that's one of the balances on costs is technically we can do this anywhere. We need to do it in the most cost-effective manner, treat to potable standards, and then put it into the existing distribution system. The analogy with the F1 car was to going offshore for intake and discharge. And Hart Research said that's the most ideal configuration, but you can do it sustainably inshore in these locations. So the F1 car is, I don't know how many tens of thousands of feet of large diameter pipeline going offshore. If that's not necessary, I'm okay with my shoulder belt to keep me safe, making sure we can do this sustainably inshore. Yeah, I'm sorry that wasn't clear.
So I've heard of other entities and organizations, and these are just rumors right now that I know of. There are other organizations that are planning their own desalination facilities in and around our area also. Do you have an idea of how many others are out there that are currently being planned? And what are we doing on our end? Are we having to adjust or make adjustments on our end with the plans that we're working on right now?
I'm really glad you asked. That's actually an excellent question. There are 5 projects listed in the Region N plan for seawater desalination. The city's 2 projects, the Port of Corpus Christi is pursuing 2 projects, and then the city of Ingleside partnered with a group called Poseidon, and their project is also listed in the Region N plan. I have a lot of opinions about this, and I'll try to be a little diplomatic, but I'll say that as the regional water provider, the city has all of the customers in the region, all of the customers in the region. It would be very difficult to develop a project that's hundreds of millions of dollars when you don't have customers. The city has gone above and beyond, and the siting effort is just one example where the effort that the city has gone to select a site that is environmentally sustainable, affordable, and you can operate it long-term, differentiates your projects from any other projects in the region. The way that you have also approached permitting differentiates your projects from every other project in the region. We've had numerous conversations with TCEQ, the modelers, the regulators, the permitting team, where they've said, you know, you don't have to do this, but you're doing this anyway. For instance, on the discharge, they said at one point, we likely wouldn't require a diffuser, but we're recommending a diffuser because it's absolutely the best technology for a discharge. And if the city is going to move forward to establish this bar, this standard for the coastal bend, but also the state, and this is the eyes of the state are on this, nationally the eyes are on this, internationally the eyes are on this project. So if you are going to move forward and establish that standard, we want it to be a bar that others have to reach to meet, that it is absolutely sustainable, that the due diligence and the process that you've gone through differentiates you from the other projects in the region. The Region N committee took the approach that they are putting together a toolbox, and they want every tool in that toolbox that may be used at some point in the future to solve a water supply issue. Other regions that we deal with on the planning level work to prioritize those projects so that you have tools, but you have, okay, we're going to pull this tool first and apply that tool. Then we're going to use this tool second and apply that tool. Region N did not do that. So they've just put all the tools in the toolbox, and there are currently 5 seawater desalination projects.
When you talk about Region N, you mentioned these municipality entities and the port. Would private industry plans show up in the Region N plan, or is that something that would be totally separate from Region N? Like if there was a certain industry out there that is planning their own desalination plant, how would we hear about that?
That typically would not show up in the plan. You may only hear about that when the permit applications get filed, unless you hear about it through the rumor mill.
I just wanted to make one clarification too, just about the seawater desalination plant. So if you could go back to the Inner Harbor. So for like the CC Polymers, M&G, anyone who's doing it, the water is it's on the acidic side actually. And so it has to be blended and stabilized with water from the O.N. Stevens plant in kind of a clear well system and then put out to distribution. So if we're doing CC Polymers, there's going to have to be some kind of a connection into our distribution system. If anyone's doing their own desal plant, they have to, somehow or other it needs to be connected to us. So like if an industry is doing their own, it's just going to be for their operation. It's not going to be anything that's sold out to anyone, which was the intent for the M&G plant. Originally, that was just going to be for their manufacturing operation. So I just wanted to clarify that for people. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Any other questions?
I just went through your slides just to check. Are we going to have a total water usage, current total water usage by region N? And I guess 10-year or 20 years down the line, what our water usage is? Probably not, since it's not in here, but if not, could you go over that? Considering Exxon's going to be taking in 20 MGD, and we're looking at other projects coming into the city that could be taking on a significant amount of water. And hopefully when this bridge is finished, pray to God every night that it gets going on the right track. It will hopefully attract some more projects. Could you talk a little bit about that and go over that? Thank you.
Let me see if I can answer that question. Talking about water demand, talking about the trigger point, yes, we project we'll be at or just below the trigger point of 75% that the city council approved, that told us when we hit that point, we need to obtain a new water supply. With, as you mentioned, these large volume customers, this demand, our growth in our system, in our area, we will be at that in the near 2023, 2024 timeframe. And then with that growth, we see a little population growth also. So that also adds to the demand of the system. So yes, we do see that growth. If those anticipated additional growth that you described later in your question happen on the Quinta side, with this plan, with this phased approach, with these sites, we will be ready to meet that demand.
Ask about the future growth. Two sides. Wait your turn, Mike. Of these two sites, the potential growth that we're looking in the future, because we're looking at a bright future for Corpus Christi and the surrounding area and growth, whether it's in industry or population wise, okay? Of the two sites that we have, which benefits the city with its growth if it decides to have an explosion in growth with industry or citizens, which of the two sites is best to be able to expand on? Do we have enough property in the Inner Harbor, if you're thinking of Inner Harbor, to expand 20 years from now to where, our population and industry grows so much? Will it be at its capacity? Can we expand on it? Or is the other site a much better site to expand in the future?
I'll start answering that while the mic migrates around. The benefit that you have and really unique and fortunate circumstances for the regional water system, if you look at an overall balance, is that either site contributes to the regional water supply. And expandability is going to be built into either plant. So the initial capacity that's intended for the Inner Harbor is 20 million gallons a day. That could be expanded to 30 at some point in time whenever demand requires it. On the other side of the bay, the plant is going to be built so that it could be expanded as far as 40 MGD, if and when the demand would require that. But the water balance, and we used to talk about this in water wheeling is what we would call it, but adding supply in Nueces County provides more supply from the regional water system for Bryan to be able to take more from surface water. If we build the plant over in San Pat County and we expand that to the ultimate capacity, that really credits the entire system. And we do have the ability, like I said, to expand both of those. The permitting is going to be all the way out to the full expandable capacity so that the expansion can be done relatively quickly. But the city right now, Gabriel, producing 90 MGD from Owen Stevens? Okay. And then San Patricio Municipal Water District uses about an additional 20 to 25 a day. So if you compare that, just a base load today, if we in the future could expand both of those plants and add 70 million gallons a day to the regional supply, that's absolutely drought proof. We predict that even with some significant industrial growth, that keeps you covered for the foreseeable future.
All right, good questions. Thank you. Jason, Esteban, thank you very much. I'm going to move us forward to our second presentation, a comparison. I'm going to have Jorge and Kevin come up. We'll continue to ask questions, have open dialogue as we go through. This is going to take us through showing the details between the Inner Harbor Ship Channel and Harbor Island. Thank you in advance for your patience with the mic. We're going to get better at this, I promise. I'll move faster. If whoever takes it needs to be on this side. Okay? Because we have sanitation here. So, mic them up.
Technology. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Kevin Norton, Director of Water Utilities. With me today is Jorge Arroyo. He's our partner consultant and really has a lot of great expertise and is an invaluable resource with regards to desalination planning and financing. He's a licensed civil engineer and has been with the Texas Water Development Board. He was the Director of Innovative Technologies there, working with brackish desalination and other desalination projects. And he's with the Texas Desalination Association, a member of the board of directors there. And he's also actually done research for Singapore Public Utilities Board on desalination. Singapore is an island nation in the Western Pacific. And I think pretty much almost all their water comes from desalination. So what this presentation is going to focus on for the workshop is comparing the merits of the Inner Harbor Ship Channel and Harbor Island, and also the La Quinta Channel sites. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so, and like Jason and Esteban had mentioned, the intent going into this early on several years ago was always to have two locations. One in Nueces County, one in San Patricio County. This map here shows the major transmission mains in the coastal bend region. The red is the raw water transmission. So you can see Mary Road's pipeline coming down from the top to the Owen Stevens plant. And the blue is the treated potable water distribution. On the right here, you see the site selection goals. And again, these were the broad, practical, qualitative factors when they were doing the site selection. And so again, a lot of focus on the economics and the environment, and a lot of the practicality was looking at just what is the cost to, for putting in infrastructure. how are you going to best protect the environment, and just kind of the ease of construction on it. So looking at property characteristics, that had to do with, the size of it. Is it a large enough site? What is the accessibility for your future logistics requirements, chemical deliveries, material deliveries, sludge hauling, that kind of thing. The intake and the water quality, again, it had to do with ease of construction, but obviously because of the pipes going into the water, a big focus on environmental protection here. The discharge, again, same thing, very, very important for the environmental protection, but then also the ease of construction and what is the cost of that as well. And the water delivery has to do with the proximity distance to the distribution systems, because the further away it is, the more it's going to cost. So it's better to be closer to your point of delivery to reduce cost. Similarly for power, the high voltage power requirements, same thing. And then the social impacts, that has to do with, where are you actually going to be siting this? You can't be next to neighborhoods. If you are kind of close to neighborhoods, what is the logistics requirements there? Because again, you're going to be having chemical deliveries, material deliveries, sledge hauling, a lot of in and out of traffic, big heavy trucks coming in and out. So you want to make sure that all that is considered, again, with these large, broad, qualitative, practical factors. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jorge, who'll do a deeper dive into this.
Thank you, Kevin. One important observation that Amber didn't touch on is, if you're going to the restroom, take the left. Because if you take the right, you run into the sharks. So, from experience, I want to provide some introductory remarks here briefly. We heard that this process has been going on for about 6 years. It really goes farther back than that. As early as the mid-'80s, the city was already looking at desalination. So there is a lot of history about the search for desalination, seawater desalination. And of course, sitting next to the ocean, it makes total sense. And being in a drought state like ours, it makes sense. But as we look at this particular process that we have been engaged in for the last 6 years or so, by the time we got to the actual site selection process, there was some relevant and important history that had taken place. We had spent a good deal of time working at, developing the concept of desalination, looking at the economics of the seawater desalination facility, running profiles, and looking at different combinations and iterations, how many plants, where to put them in general, whether to produce industrial grade water or potable water, and how to get it to the customer. So all those discussions had an important byproduct. And that was that as a team, both our consulting team, the city team, we developed a greater understanding of what desalination, the technical aspects were going to mean for this particular area. And so it was a very engaged process, and we learned through that. So when it came to the actual consideration of the sites, we had a fairly good understanding as a team. One of the earlier findings was that this issue of leveraging, not only leveraging infrastructure, but making sure it was made very clear that with all that history of desalination, all those studies, it was very clear that there was no appetite for recreating information. We were directed to use all the good information that was readily available, data, but also leverage the infrastructure. It was very apparent that in order to achieve the economics that were going to result in an affordable project, it was going to be best to piggyback on the existing infrastructure if that was possible. So, and it was clear that once we tapped into the regional system, the water was going to be made available to the entire region, to the entire customer base. So I thought it was important to mention those introductory thoughts here, because one thing that surprised us at first, but then it made total sense, was that when it came down to screening the sites, we were fairly quick to arrive at a consensus amongst the team members. Of course, we had the city engineers that knew the ins and out of the system. We had our team, and we had that common education that we had gone through. And lo and behold, it was very clear what sites made more sense than others. So we were asked to look at the comparison between the Harbor Island and the Inner Harbor Channel. You know, how do those sites compare? Kevin just went through this criteria. I'm not going to do that again for the sake of time. Let's go to the next slide. So, and we decided to do a little bit more than just the original question of comparing the Inner Harbor Channel site with the Harbor Island site, because we didn't compare Harbor Island to the Inner Harbor Channel. The Harbor Island was a consideration for the northern plant, the one in St. Patricia County. It was not a consideration for a plant in the Nueces County location. So real quickly, I'm just going to run through why La Quinta was a better site than Harbor Island for the northern location, all right? And property characteristics. Basically, both the La Quinta site at the Oxy Chemical Complex and the Harbor Island site, they were both tapping into generally unencumbered land in an industrial setting primarily. And there was enough area for siting the facility at either one of these locations, fairly easy access to the water and to the discharge point. So bottom line, there was no real difference as far as the property characteristics was concerned. With regards to the water quality, we were looking primarily at the salinity of the source water, but we're also looking for how does it change over time? You know, you want a fairly stable source because that makes it more economic to rent the facility. Of course, you're going to want lower turbidity if you can get it, and no suspended solids, low suspended solids. And with the data that we had at hand, it was apparent that, you know, we're fairly in the same ballpark. There might be some degrees of difference here, but nothing substantial that will tell you this side is better than the other side. So as far as water quality is concerned, you know, also that was not a difference maker. With regards to the intake of this and the discharge, this again took a lot of discussion amongst the team members. And with the intake, we're looking at something that is sustainable. Basically, something that you are going to be bringing the water at a low velocity so that you're not going to be sucking in marine life and getting it stuck there. So are you going to have the ability to place that kind of infrastructure at either one of these sites? And the answer was, yeah. You know, it's probably going to be a little bit more challenging in one or the other, but you can put an intake there. With regards to the discharge, we had the precedent of what was done at the MEMAG facility, and we realized, okay, so, you know, that could be done, but then that might result in some oxygen depletion in the bottom of the ocean. We need to look at something that is not just going to get the approval from TCEQ, but that is going to be sustainable. And the environmental aspects of this project here are key. And so we wanted to make sure that we were looking at really a technology that was going to be sustainable. And that was going to be, that we could say, yes, this is going to protect the environment. So we are looking at diffuser arrays, and that is going to take a little bit more space than just dumping the water in the ocean. And so this particular parameter, both sites could accommodate a discharge facility at that time, right? The real difference maker became down the line. So how do we get the product water to the regional system? In the case of the La Quinta complex, at the Oxy complex, we're literally next door to the point where you would be injecting the water into the regional system at the same hub. So in the case of the facility in the Harbor Island, we will be about 25 miles away. Probably a 42-inch pipeline, a lot of work, a lot of disturbance. So no point of comparison there. It's very clear that as far as the economics and the practicality, it makes more sense to put it closer to where you're going to be putting the water in the system. With regards to power, a similar approach here. Do we have access to power? Both facilities, there is no reason why they shouldn't have power. It's just that in the case of the La Quinta Oxy Chemical Complex, we have high voltage power right there. And so it's not that, we don't have to put some additional infrastructure, but it's right there. With regard to Harbor Island, it would take an additional step to get the power there, which means more cost. On the social and environmental issues, both of these areas are generally of industrial nature. Perhaps with regards to the Harbor Island, we have the issue that once we get beyond the site, there is a lot of recreational aspects, tourism, that are a social consideration that whether you can quantify it or not is a reality that you're going to have to deal with and address. So it could be addressed, but it was a consideration against that site. And on the environmental aspects, we looked at what challenges do we have to address. Seagrasses, Dan probably, they could expand on this topic a lot better than I could, but different degrees of challenges between these two sites, the La Quinta site and the Harbor Island, but manageable, we thought, with the approach, the technology approaches that we were looking at. So this is an example of how we went about comparing the sites in the early screening process. And that, in this case, resulted in choosing the La Quinta site over Harbor Island, all right? So let's do the same thing with the Inner Harbor Channel and the Harbor Island site. Property characteristics, yes, we have enough space, a little bit more cumbersome in the Inner Harbor Channel because there is a railroad line there. There might be some infrastructure that we will need to deal with, but it's doable. So against the Harbor Island, well, we might have to deal with storm surges that might imply a little bit of extra infrastructure to be added here. So not a clear separation between the sites as far as this parameter is concerned. Water quality, we are dealing with a water segment that is classified as impaired, but we looked at the data and we thought, yeah, we have this source we can deal with, we can treat this. So that parameter, not a difference maker. Salinity was not a big concern here. With regards to the intake and discharge, yes, we can, of course, we have looked at more in depth at the Inner Harbor Channel. We know that environmentally we can do this in a sustainable manner, both the intake and the discharge. We know that the discharge system that we have modeled would produce, basically bring you back to ambient conditions within 400 feet of the discharge. At the mouth of the channel, you would not know that there is a seawater desalination facility just upstream. So both sites, we could deal with the intake and the discharge. Product water delivery, again, the same concept. One is far away from the regional connection points. The other one is right there. Power, same thing. We are very close to high voltage power. We need to invest to get the power actually available to the facility, but it's there. Social and environmental. Well, in the case of when we look at social issues here in this context, we're looking at the disturbances that would be created when you're building the facility. The noise, the dust, and all the construction equipment going in and out. But then the longer term, what does this do to the region? So there are social concerns in this case in the facility, the Inner Harbor Channel, because it's closer to urban areas. The distance is long enough that once the facility is in place, you will not even notice. It's already in an industrial part of the area. There was a wastewater treatment plant. There is a wastewater treatment plant. Between the two plants, probably the wastewater treatment plant would be more easily noticeable than the desalination facility. And with regards to the environment, again, our greater depth analysis of the Inner Harbor Channel shows that we can do this sustainably. And in the other case, while the jury is still out with what TCEQ is going to be doing with regards to to the permit for the Harbor Island that has been filed, we think that there are technical tools that can be used to address the concerns that have been expressed. So in conclusion, if we were to compare these two sites, understanding that we have greater in-depth knowledge about the Inner Harbor Channel site than we do about the Harbor Island site, right now, it wouldn't really be a fair comparison. Both sites have potential, but really the Inner Harbor Channel site, it's a better choice. So, yes, sir.
Could you talk a minute about the size limitation, or if there is a size limitation between Harbor Island and Inner Harbor? So I would assume Inner Harbor, you're going to be restricted to a certain amount of discharge intake as compared to maybe the Harbor Island site. So if we built a 20 MGD plant Inner Harbor today, and 10 years from now, we decided we needed another 10 or 20, would we be able to expand that site for that capacity? Or would we be limited because of our permitting and because of the restricted nature of the Inner Harbor to begin with?
Yeah, thank you. Excellent question. So the concept that has been presented is that the Inner Harbor facility will be built to 20 MGD initially, and that will be readily expandable to 30 MGD. So some of the infrastructure, the common sense is to build the intake, for example, to the ultimate capacity of 30 MGD. Build the space in the plant, the roof area, so that you can add additional equipment there more easily. So when we looked at the size that was necessary, the size of the land that is available at the Inner Harbor Channel is sufficient for a 30 for a 30 MGD plant. I don't know, because Nikolai can tell you here about the Carlsbad facility that is in a real tight space, and that facility is producing 50 MGD. So, but 30 MGD is what we have modeled, and so factually I can tell you 30 MGD would fit okay in that space. Harbor Island, again, we haven't looked at that site in the level of detail that we have for this site, but my understanding is that there is probably a easier expandability there. The plant that is in the Region N plan, in the regional water plan, I think is a 50 MGD facility for that location.
You know, I'm curious as to why we're spending a lot of time on Harbor Island. It seems like was not a site we selected. Why? Not sure why we're spending as much time. But since we are, the discharge at Harbor Island seems to have direct access to the ship channel. And it would seem that we would have less problems there with environmentally. Can you speak to that?
I can speak some to that. And I preface this by saying again that the jury is still out with what TCEQ is going to be doing with regards to that permit. Some of the issues that have been identified in the administrative law judge, the ruling to deny the permit, we are curious about it because it seems that from a technical standpoint, they should have been able to address those concerns. My thinking is that you could dispose of the concentrate in that location. You have different currents, different velocities to deal with. The general layout of the channel there is different. I have also need to reiterate that we have looked in very detailed manner at the Inner Harbor Channel. We have not looked in detailed manner at the Harbor Island side. And we're talking about this because it was something that was brought up as a concern. So we're just addressing the request.
Okay, and Kevin, could you let everybody know what the permits we're asking for in terms of amounts? I believe we're actually asking for much larger amounts than what this plant is capacity for, right? On both the Inner Harbor and Licking.
Yeah, so for the Inner Harbor, the permit application is for up to 30 million gallons per day potable water. treated. So one thing I learned from Nikolai's book was that you don't want to look out too far to overbuild because of the capital costs that are associated with it. So if we built, this giant 100 million gallon per day plant, for $1 billion, but we're not going to really have that demand. I think the horizon was like 5 to 7, 10 years maybe that you got to look out for that. So for the Inner Harbor, 30 MGD, 20 MGD, the requirement today, expandable up to 30. And then over on the La Quinta channel, 20 to 40 MGD. Oh, for the discharge, it was it's about twice that number. I don't have the exact number that for the concentrate. That's what you're talking about, right, sir? Right, because you treat the water, and then you're going to have a more concentrate the brine, and so more water is going to be going out.
Thanks, Kevin. I'll add a little bit to that because you're right, Councilman. The volumes that you see in the permit applications are much larger than the nominal 30 MGD, and that's based on some very conservative estimates of the process. The desal process, although it's gained efficiencies significantly in the last 10 to 15 years, is still relatively inefficient. So when we talk about a plant that can produce 30 in product water, we're really looking at a discharge of potentially 40 to 50 MGD. And that has to do with pretreatment, that has to do with salinities, that has to do with flux rates on the membranes. But we wanted to make sure that under the worst case, which is actually cold water, high TDS. So we looked at 95th percentile TDS salt and 5th percentile temperature to make sure that our membrane modeling would accommodate the permit from maximum discharge. So that's why it looks really large. On the intake side, though, for the water diversion authorization, you do see the volume on La Quinta channel actually covering more than the potential expandable production for the plant. Because if that plant is expanded in the future, we may want to accommodate a little more volume, but the discharge permit is just based on the expandable amount. Does that?
True, but when you say you have the ability to discharge that amount, but you don't have the physical ability to expand your plant to that site. Is that correct?
So well, let's see. The discharge volume is separate from the production volume. So we can expand production, let's say on the Inner Harbor, to 30 MGD. But in order to produce 30 MGD under difficult water quality conditions, which the process can handle, no problem, we will discharge more than 30 MGD in concentrate. So if the discharge says 50 MGD in the permit, it may, under some conditions, require 50 MGD of discharge to make 30 MGD of product. Is that the question?
My concern on the Inner Harbor specifically, if you're permitting up to 30 MGD a day, it's my understanding when Exxon comes online, they're going to take, what, 20, what I've heard, 20 MGD a day. So if we add another Exxon here in the next 5 years, that 30 MGD is gone almost overnight. So my concern here is we don't get ourselves backed in a corner that we are limiting the size that we can expand to if we have that opportunity. And those are opportunities. Those are not problems. Those are opportunities. And so I'm just concerned that that's where we're going to back ourselves into. And guys, this decision to me is just like the decision this city made 50 years ago or whatever it was about where we were going to locate our next dam. And now we have a Choke Canyon reservoir that is essentially useless. And so we have to make sure we make this decision and put it in the correct place. And I just get really nervous when we start talking about locating what we are going to consider our future all-in solution for water for this area, for the whole region. And we've limited our ability to expand that if we needed to.
The plant in San Patricio County, that's where the expansion. So if another Exxon, because they're going to plan it, and they would need to let everyone know early enough so that, because they're always asking, is there enough water? Is there enough water? Because that brings the industrial growth. And then that would have to get planned. So if we have the permits, and then we could go to a contract very, very quickly after that. But it would, it's a process to build the plant out.
So I'm going to tell you guys, you're getting primed at the pump for the panel. I'm going to take a question from our mayor, and then I think we're going to let you run loose on the panel.
Okay, so to the councilman's point, it's 20 expandable to 30, right? And the 30 is based on what? And when I ask that, I go back to his point, which is what if, right? Do we have the expandability on that site? Just to 30, but I'm saying if it was more, if we needed more, we don't. What happens? Okay, a whole nother process. All right, so that's extremely important. And I'm also going to go back to every single one of these parameters. I would have liked to really have seen everything you said, Mr. Arroyo, on a piece of paper in front of us explaining it. Because when you say the issues with environmental are manageable, every issue is manageable. We need to know here, what are those issues? And here's a good example. I understand that there's been arsenic and lead contamination.
Right.
No one has brought that up here. And if we're supposed to sit here and say, well, y'all just manage it, but yet we make the decision, that's a huge part of that decision.
Right.
So I would have expected that be brought up today. Not only that, but what are the issues environmentally for the inner harbor, being that it's a cul-de-sac. It isn't an open streamline, if you will. That's an issue.
Right.
This business with the arsenic and lead contamination in the Back Bay, that's an issue. I wanted to know about those issues today. Both, again, those are great points, but I really I would like an evaluation of these things for each of our sites, because we will leave it to you. But that's like giving us an agenda and saying, just vote. We have to read everything that's behind each of those items to make that decision. And so for me, everything you said was very helpful, but I think it needs to be a little bit more detailed. And I'd like to know about what is this about the contamination, and how does that affect our project if we were to go this
Well, let
route?
me respond to that. And I think on behalf of our team, I would say thank you for expressing that level of detail that you want to hear about, because we would be more than happy to talk about all the nitty-gritty on these things. Our understanding was that we were here to answer questions, and that level of specificity was not something that we were coming to you with today. But doesn't mean that we're not prepared to do it, and that there are not the documents that we have prepared, including a detailed memorandum of how the selection criteria was going to be applied, which is on the record. So we'll be glad to meet again. Believe me, I am desperate to get out of my house and be out here. So.
Regulations, thank you, requires to look at over, I would say, 40 different heavy metals, including lead and copper, zinc, and a number of others. We have arsenic as well. We have actually collected data for the points where we're planning to have the intake at those locations for 1 year, looking at every one of those substances to make sure that they're first within the drinking water regulations, even as they are in the source water, because we do have requirements from a drinking water point of view and from a discharge point of view on those same substances. So we looked at both cases. Is what's in the water adequate to be used for drinking water purposes, to produce drinking water on one end, and on the other, okay, now that we did remove it, where does it go? And we looked at that from a perspective of designing our pretreatment system. The water as it comes does not directly become drinking water. It goes through 3 steps. One of them is actually 2 steps of pretreatment, and we designed the system to remove the heavy metals from the water. So where these metals will go, once they're removed through the treatment process, is actually they'll go to a landfill. They're turned into sludge, solids, and those solids are dewatered and they go to a landfill. So they would not go either to the drinking water nor back to where they came from, if there are any of those. So with the pretreatment, we have provided protection to the environment. So what comes out of the discharge, except for salinity, which will be higher, will actually be better in terms of any of the metals that we are concerned with. Yes. Yes.
Realize that's the process. That process, because of what's our project.
Yeah.
in
That
terms of
Sure.
I don't know. To my point, to know what those manageable challenges that we're going to put in your hands are.
Yes.
Because I don't know how many people say, well, no. That this has happened in the Inner Harbor that we might build a
Yes.
Does that impact, how does that impact our project? The
Yeah.
fact that
Yeah, this exists and they're Sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we do have the whole cake.
Questions here. What are you going to do with the zinc and the arsenic in the water? You know, where are the intakes going to take place? These are detailed reports that we need to know about for us to make a proper decision. In the other cases, like Mr. Councilman Pusley was saying, I asked the question, is this plant big enough to support the next 20 years of this area? No, it's not in the Inner Harbor, because we're growing at a rate that we're not going to be able to control. I don't want to come back 5 years from now and say, hey, I need to spend another $300-400 million on another plant going over here.
Yeah.
Why don't I have the possibility of just saying, hey, it's only going to cost me $100 million to add on to it? I don't want 2 different sites, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
We should have one site that we can expand to 100 million gallons of water a day.
Yeah.
If need be. I'm not saying build it now, but I'm saying we do it in phases. We need something that we can do in phases. And that's not being brought to us here in detail. And that's
Okay.
my concern with this. This is just I can get this report anywhere.
Right.
We need detailed reports of what you guys have found on every issue about building this plant. That's how detailed we need to be.
You know, that's why we're having this conversation. And I have to say on behalf of my team, we really don't mean disrespect. We know that we're scratching at the surface here. We can go on much in depth on any of those issues, sir. And Madam Mayor, we really don't mean to give you just the icing. The next panel is about you asking all these questions and us giving you as much detail as we can possibly do in this kind of setting. With regards to this question, it has come up twice. What about the expandability? The concept that is now out there for the city's project is 2 plants. One in the Inner Harbor Channel, built initially at 20 MGD, expandable to 30. When demand justifies you going the next step, then you go to the La Quinta site, where you will build that to 30 initially, 20 initially, expandable to 40. So that is the plan as it is out there with regards to initial capacity and expandability. I think, we have been looking forward to having these conversations with you because we have been working at this for quite some time. There is volumes of data, there is volumes of analysis that we have conducted. We really don't mean to keep that information from you. We just didn't know what the level of questions that you were going to be asking. We were given an agenda. We tried to make it fit in the time. When we scratch at the surface, as we had done initially, if anything is to whet the appetites and maybe have this detailed conversation in the next panel.
Okay. Yep. Yep.
Before I sign off on something, the citizens of Corpus Christi and surrounding area, Mr. Busby, saw them when they come online. This is a prime location for me. I can assure you that within the next 5 years, you're gonna have several Exxons here, and you're not gonna be ready with the plant. We're not gonna be ready at all with the water. That's what we're trying to say. This is just the tip of the iceberg.
Let's help you get ready.
I understand the costs. The Volkswagen to the Cadillac. I don't want to give them the Volkswagen, and we're looking at the Volkswagen right now. We need to give them the Cadillac, I'm sorry.
All right, let's do a panel. Can we do a panel? I really want to do the panel. It is questions. All right, are you going to introduce them? Okay. We're going to leave the mic on Jorge. We're going to pass the lapel so that council has, so that I can get the mic to council. All right, fill your coffee, fill your waters. I'm going to say a few things and you can listen while you fill. We have 5 panel members for you to lob these questions at. Hit them with your driver, hit them with your 7-iron, and they will take them and hopefully give you some information and answers to your questions that you have outstanding. This should be good information for everyone, and I know that everybody does have a lot of questions, and this is really the foundation of the workshop today. So this is something I wanted to get going for you guys as soon as possible. I'm going to do a couple introductions with the people that I know best up here, and then I'm going to hand this over to Jason so that he can do some introductions. Of course, Jason Coughlin is our project manager. He is a very good engineer. He's board certified environmental engineer. He's the city's seawater desalination right-hand man. He's had total oversight with us on this, and he's worked every nook and cranny of the project. So we're very happy to have him with us. Of course, everybody knows Esteban Steve Ramos. He'll be here. There he is. He's our water resource manager for the city. And from conservation to growth and demand, you know, he's how we meet the needs of our entire region. And Steve's world is water, and he's very, very passionate about this. It means a lot to him to be in this position, and you'll hear it when he speaks of it. Jason, would you introduce the fine folks that came to see us today?
Happily, and I don't have notes, so this won't be quite as eloquent as Amber's, but it may be a little better than my quick intro earlier. I'm going to start over here on my right. Theo Callahan is with WSB. He is a procurements and contracts expert. I mentioned that he actually represented the public side, which is Tampa Bay Water and San Diego County on both of those 2 plants, Carlsbad in California, Tampa Bay. WSB is that company. Good question. I'm not sure, just a company. So Neil brings a wealth of expertise and experience. He also is working on a seawater desal plant currently in Hawaii, and can contribute a lot to the questions if you have questions about contracting, procurement, and the process, where this has been done well, some challenges, and really his approach and perspective on the way that you're proceeding with this project. Jorge Arroyo is a legend in seawater desalination and desalination in Texas, an absolutely invaluable member of the team and a great mentor to me over the past 6 or 7 years. International, national, and state level desal experience. He led the Innovative Water Technologies Group at the Texas Water Development Board for quite some time. He was on the ground floor of really getting innovative water technologies moving in Texas. We're really grateful to have Jorge, and he's with Priest and Nichols. Decided to come over to the good guys, I guess. Dave Buzan is out of our Austin office. Dave is part of our coastal environmental group. He's a coastal ecologist and environmental scientist. Dave used to work with Parks and Wildlife and has done a lot of habitat restoration and ecosystem restoration along the Texas coast. Could probably talk a lot more about his experience, but Dave did just an incredible amount of work on mapping ecosystems as well as species for the sites. He's been a great resource for us with all of the environmental questions as well as some of the permitting effort we've gone to. So any questions related to that can go to Dave. Nikolai Vuchkov is an author. I've got probably 6 references on desalination in my office. 5 of them were written by Nikolai. He's with Water Globe Consulting. He consults on seawater desalination projects around the globe. Former Chief Technology Officer for Poseidon Resources, was also involved in Carlsbad on the private side, as well as Tampa Bay on the private side. Works internet. Yeah, so he and Neil sat on opposite sides of the table, and also has a lot of experience and expertise optimizing operations of desal plants around the world, which is, I think, one of the most interesting things that he does. Gets a lot of R&D initiatives going, and has advanced some technologies that make this really much more feasible for your project. Yes. Yeah, and including some patents that were awarded as late as last week. So some really exciting stuff. Again, we're really grateful for the opportunity. The value here is going to be in your questions. So I'm going to put the mic down.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jason. I appreciate you sharing your team with us. We are very, very happy to have you all here. I know several of you traveled a great distance, so thank you for bringing your insight and information to our council and our mayor today. It's very much appreciated. Okay, you guys, I'm going to give you the mic. I was going to start with a question, but I can see I don't need to do that today. So let me sanitize this. Mayor, I'll give you honors.
Okay, so I'm going to take this right back to the last question because it wasn't answered. And for clarity, or maybe it was, we have a need, and that need is being divided between 2 sites. So what is the reason for that versus one site that is expandable to whatever we may need right in the future? Would you like to raise your hands if who wants to answer?
Yeah,
I
I'll
don't
start,
care.
and, you know, a couple of things that I was observing during the conversation is the fact that you have a very network site. So you can put a plant on the south side and a plant on the north side and basically shift water around, and that's very common. So, you know, the fact that you have 2 sites is not any detriment. In fact, it could be an opportunity. The other side of the thing to bear in mind about mega sites, if you put mega plants in, the infrastructure, the power infrastructure, the rest of the infrastructure probably gets much more significantly expensive. So, you know, bringing in a higher voltage of power, bringing in or getting rid of, instead of a 42-inch line, you start getting into, you know, 80-inch lines. Those things can be significantly more expensive. The third aspect that I'd ask you just to be aware of is the technology of desal is still improving significantly. So if you put in a site and it's got 30 MGD today, in 20 years, that 30 MGD footprint could produce 60 MGD. So there's a number of kind of things that are involved or inherent in this technology that are at play. That's good. I'll just pass my mic to Nikolai.
One of the most important reasons why we had to split the 2 sites is the limitations also on the discharge. As you can imagine, the TCEQ has allocated loads of discharge substances that can go into every section of every water body here in Texas. And when we look at how much we can discharge in a particular section, in a particular location, we are very cognizant of the fact that there is a maximum load allocation of how much we could put in that particular location. So when we pick the sizes of the plants and how far can we go to expand them, we know that at one point we will get to the maximum established by TCEQ in this particular location of how much salinity we could discharge, how much of the potential other substances that can come out that we can discharge. With the other substances that you're concerned about, which is heavy metals of various types, like copper, nickel, lead, arsenic, we have a way of treating those by removing them, and as I explained, out of the system, out of the water, and disposing them to a landfill as solid waste. So they never go back to the bay. However, salinity that we remove from the water would have to go back. And there are limitations of how much we could put in any given location. And that limitation is driven by TCEQ. So when we were looking at that, we met with TCEQ, we discussed their limitations and requirements. And when we asked for permit, one of the driving forces was, well, let's get to the max of what we could get in that particular location that TCEQ can legally award us as a capacity. So that's a very important factor for us. And that's why we ended up with 2 sites, because we wanted to get the maximum allocation for each site.
Okay, that said, this is a huge investment. We're hoping that technology improves. And I mean that very respectfully, because this, again, as the councilman mentioned, what is the flip side of that? You just said, well, technology can get better, therefore this 20 to 30 could actually maybe pump out more. What if it can't, though? Number one. Number two, whoever, maybe all of you, I don't know if it was just staff, when you decided, well, let's look at 2 sites for some of the reasons you just mentioned versus 1, which I'd like to know who knows a little about Ingleside, because theirs is a huge one. And I'd like to know about that one if you know. Was it about land acquisition? Was it? No.
No,
So
it was
there
not
could
about
be a
the land.
piece
There's
of land.
available land,
So
yes.
there could be available land to have one grand plan. And wouldn't also, if we did 2, wouldn't the second one cost substantially more in the future? Because we're not locking anything in for number 2, correct? We're locking in for number 1. So
Well,
that means number 2.
As I mentioned, the 2 big limitations are space, as you mentioned, on every project, but also there is the limitation of how much can we discharge in a
Right.
particular point of discharge. If the discharge is limited to, let's say, 50 MGD at that location, that's as far as we could do. Doesn't matter if the land allow us to go to 100 MGD space-wise, we can only be allowed by TCEQ to actually discharge up to the maximum. They call it maximum loads. So the entire water body of Texas is divided, and every water body is divided into sections and every section is assigned maximum load of discharge. And what we did with our application is actually to go after that maximum. So when we permit a site and we get a permit for both sites, we went for what is the maximum TCEQ can legally give us, because they cannot go beyond that. That maximum load is established based on their own assessment of who else is on that body, who else is using the water body, what is it that they're discharging, what are the limitations, because they obviously cannot afford only us to be on any water body. They have to, and they have to consider existing projects, they have to consider coming projects that are in the process of being permitted. And based on that, they establish those maximum limits. Plus, every water body has a simulative capacity, basically hydraulically and biologically, how much that water body can take before the environment gets impacted. So those are the factors that ultimately limit the site. And when we went for permitting, we were not as concerned about space availability or technology. Currently, I work on many projects worldwide where existing plant that is designed conservatively as it is now has increased productivity with just simple technology, and it exists. We're not talking about technology that will come along. If you have appetite to go to the Middle East, I can show you many plants where we actually just increased the capacity with about 25%. No land acquisition, nothing. We added extra capacity. It's a little bit more expensive because it requires a little bit more energy, but it is possible with a minimum impact. What really pushes the limit here is how much environment can take in that particular location. When we went for permitting, we said, okay, we know we could do anything with technology. We could increase to that limit. So let's get what TCEQ can legally afford us in that location.
And that would be 30.
Yes. And
So
that
our
would-
max is 30 MGD at Inner
For
Harbor.
each, for the, yes, for the locations, yes. One thing we did is, and it's a tricky approach, but we could do it is by having technologies that are now available to extract more water, we could actually still discharge 30 MGD, will be more concentrated water, but we could still discharge 30 MGD and increase productivity of the plant from what we have designed now with another 25%. And the reason why we consider that possible, and that's the diffusers. The diffusers alongside, if we design the system as it was designed in M&G, where basically we're not considering the diffusion effect, they have designed everything as we are very conservatively. And in order for us to go to the higher recoveries, which we know at one point we will have to, because this area is growing, we designed the diffusers. So the diffusers are an investment which would allow us in the future to get another 25% of extra capacity with no penalty on the discharge. So we very much foresighted what will happen next. And to answer your question, technically we could squeeze another 25% of extra capacity of the plant by technology and by the diffuser design. Somebody like M&G cannot unless they put diffusers as well. So when we looked at technology, we said, okay, what is coming? What's next? What is the potential we could squeeze? So let's go and get the maximum available, keeping in mind that we could expand on that. So to answer your question, this 30 MGD can be easily, we could add in the future with these features, the diffuser, and also the new technology that we are actually accommodating in space. We already have planned the system to accommodate it. We could get another 10 to 15 to even 20 MGD. That is the reality, without changing the permit and without really taking more space.
Okay, thank you. And Steve, did we look at the one site option? One, one site expandable for whatever may come in the next, the not foreseeable, but future.
We looked at the option of what was best for the demand and what we were going to do, what we could see coming in. And the idea of this phased approach was that one type of option where we have two sites. And we said it and we're talking about it over and over again, but being able to go from 20 to 30 gave us that expandability to meet the needs. And then if a site for a new Exxon, where is that going to be built? Where is that new facility going to be happen? Odds are it's going to be on the San Patricio side.
Mhm.
So we had that second site put everything in place to feed that customer. And doing that, we can do it environmentally responsible, because that again was the number one thing that we were doing. The cornerstone of this project, again, and I can say it over and over again, and y'all can crucify me for it, but it's environmentally responsible sustainability, affordability for the region. We can talk about having this huge one site feeding everything into the future, into 2027, into 2070, into 2080. But I can't right now sit here and have a magic ball and tell you Exxon X22 is coming in and they're going to produce, they're going to want 30 MGD. I can't tell you that date. What I can tell you, what is coming in the near future, what we are planning on and preparing for. And what everybody has to also remember, this is a project that is integrated into our entire supply. This is another supply. We do have Choke Canyon, Lake Corpus Christi, the Mary Roads, and the Colorado River. We have investment in that. We need to keep that investment. We need to add to this in a way that we can make it affordable, sustainable, and environmentally responsible.
I just want to add really quickly, we can't promise or pretend that seawater desal is a silver bullet. Any healthy, growing region will never stop investing in water supply. And that is, that's just a fact. What this process has shown, and I appreciate Councilman Hernandez bringing this up earlier, is that the region has the opportunity to bring on an absolutely drought-proof supply, never as the complete supply, but as part of it, that's cheaper than one of your existing surface water supplies. That is an incredibly uncommon circumstance that, there's a joke in the water industry that the cheapest supply is the last one you got, because the next one is always going to be more expensive. But this is such a unique opportunity. And so, there's no promise ever that the cities or the region is going to stop investing in water supply, because that's just not true. Conservation has gone to incredible lengths locally, even to the point where in 2015, conservation had done so well, we started to see water quality issues in the distribution system because people were using so much less water. That's amazing. But what one of the challenges is that Steve and his team have is that we don't have this smooth growth demand curve that some communities do, where you can predict out to the future very reliably a % growth. We have this odd stair step where you have GCGV and then you have SDI and then you have, for a while we were talking about a whale of a project which was associated with the Poseidon initiative over in Ingleside, which I think is one of the reasons they have gone pretty quiet, because that whale of a project has walked away from the region. But you're always going to have the continued development and focus on water supply if you're a healthy and growing region. Seawater desal is not a silver bullet, but it is drought proof and for the foreseeable future, based on known demands and a lot of unknown demands, we do think it's the right path forward.
Okay, and one last question. Did the Port of Corpus Christi did they have any role in our site selection process?
Yes, the Port of Corpus Christi had at least one representative at each of the meetings, with the exception of the small group meeting. We did not let any landowners into the small group meeting for obvious reasons, because it would be a conflict of interest. But they did propose, I have to count, five or six total potential sites. One of their potential sites did make it to the candidate site evaluation, and ultimately none of their sites were selected, but they were involved throughout the siting process.
Thank you.
I think one question that the mayor asked that I'm not sure we answered, so I want to go back to that, is that the expectation that the technology is going to get better. One of the big items in seawater desalination is the energy aspect. It takes a lot of energy. And so that is a good one to look at what technology is doing. The last 30 years, the amount of energy that is required to desalinate water has come down 70%. And that is through energy recovery devices, improved designs, better membranes. The membranes themselves, manufacturers tell you that every 5 years they come with an entirely new design. And those membranes are going to be more resistant to biofouling. They are going to be more efficient in letting more water go through and retaining more salts. So this is a very competitive industry from the technology side. And the expectation that we're going to be seeing better technology is not wishful thinking.
Long statement, quick question. Now, I know I put everyone to sleep on the microphone, Mr. Arroyo, but that was the third time that question was asked earlier today. I'm joking with it. Same time, trying to lighten the mood up a little bit in here. I do have a question on the Carlsbad San Diego facility. Where do they discharge? And where is their intake? Because there's a ship channel and there is Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, the intake of the desalination, the desalination plant is co-located with the power plant. So the power plant has an existing intake, which is off a big lagoon, coastal lagoon called Aqua Hedionda Lagoon, which is connected to the ocean directly. The lagoon is very shallow and it has oyster beds, as we were talking about oysters. And those are one of the most productive oyster beds in the area. So desalination and oysters actually go together okay. Just putting aside that just because it's an interesting fact. So the intake comes from a lagoon, onshore intake from a lagoon. The power plant takes about 750 million gallons a day, of which the desalination plant collects from the back discharge of the power plant about 110,000, and then produces 110 million gallons a day and produces 50 million gallons a day of drinking water. The concentrate gets mixed with the power plant discharge, and both of them exit onshore through a simple jetty that's about 700 feet out into the shore. The reason why we picked the desalination plant to be in that location, and I'm the culprit of that, because I was a chief technology officer for Poseidon Resources, selecting all the sites. A very important reason. This is one of the best surfing spots in Southern California, in California in general. And why is that important? Because it brings a lot of natural energy. Every time you have natural surf, it brings a lot of natural energy that you don't have to pay for to mix the brine with the discharge. So that was the reason. So we actually are discharging onshore, right on the beach, through a jetty, which only extends 700 meters out. Now that the power plant has been phased down and out, the power plant only operates during peaking hours, during the summer demands, and it's going away. In that case, in order to provide the adequate mixing, because we don't have any diffusers there, we do actually take more water, which was originally planned if the power plant goes away, and we use that water for dilution purposes. So that's basically the intake and the discharge.
Sorry. So I didn't mean to cut you off, but I know that a lot of people have questions and I want to get mine finished. They have a 50 MGD production plant.
That is correct.
We're looking at a maximum of 30, but our ship channel is almost 50% wider, a little bit deeper. And is it because of that discharge location that we cannot? Or is it because of the bed?
It is, I mean, in our case, we are limited to the discharge location. As I mentioned, the benefit of Carlsbad is it has a lot of natural mixing. So the assimilative capacity, as they call it, the TCEQ calls it assimilative capacity of nature, of the area of the discharge to take more is higher in Carlsbad just because of the natural open, and this is open ocean discharge compared to in our case, we're looking at a bay. In Carlsbad, we have an open ocean discharge with a natural surf, one of the best surfing spots. So we have a lot of natural energy and much bigger assimilative capacity. In that location, you could build 200 MGD plant because of the natural assimilative capacity of that location. In our case, however, in the channel, what we can count on to take that brine out is, as you can imagine, tidal movement. And there are other movements, wind and others, which we studied to nauseating detail. For 2 years, went and measured velocities of everything to make sure we have enough transition capacity to transient out whatever we discharge. So nothing stays and accumulates because that will impact the intake. They're in the same water body. In Carlsbad, you have a lagoon, which is about 800 feet away, and then you have a discharge point. They're not interconnected directly. In our case, they are.
Let's talk about the environmental impact, okay? When you did all the study here, I'm not sure if you were aware that the Rochelle Foundation is looking at putting breakwaters on North Beach. And they're going to establish it with 1 billion oysters, okay? Talking about that oysters are okay with the salinity of the water. But us pumping as much as we're gonna pump and back into the harbor and it getting, the issue I have with the inner harbor, I don't believe that when you do the discharge, it's going to spread all over the place. I really don't believe that because the currents aren't going to work the way you guys are talking about it in that area. There's no way. I mean, ships are coming in, they're going to stay in there. My concern is kicking out the brine further out. And to do that, what would it cost to put a pipeline in there to make sure that we got it out further away from our beaches in our Bay Area? You know, have we looked at that aspect of it? I'm sure it's a cost. I'm aware it's a cost, okay? But my concern is I'm not willing to kill anything in the environment, especially when this project is being donated to Corpus Christi. We're not paying a dime for it. It's a nonprofit organization that's going to establish this. It's going to help with creating the natural reefs that we destroyed many years ago by pulling all the oysters out of our bay. We're trying to reestablish so we can get that clear water, so we can get the seagrass to come back, so we can get more fish to come back, sea life and all that. Were you guys aware that that's happening before you did your study? And if so, how is it going to affect the oysters? I'm real concerned about that, gentlemen. It's a big concern of mine. You know, I'm not an expert. You guys are the experts. Some say that it's not going to affect it at all. Others say total opposite. And you guys are all professionals. So who do we believe?
And it's an absolutely valid concern. We are committed to not harming the environment at all. The news about the Rochelle Foundation and the oysters to come out after the two sites were selected. But I'm going to tell a quick anecdote, and then I'm going to have Dave talk about, first of all, the acoustic Doppler current profiler monitoring that we did in the Inner Harbor. We did not make an assumption on the currents and velocities in the channel, which TCEQ would have allowed, but we didn't. We installed a sensor for 6 months to make sure we had data on the currents in the channel. But the anecdote I'd like to share is actually here with the Texas State Aquarium. When we were going through the siting process, we met with the directors here. We wanted to make sure that if we selected a site on the Inner Harbor, that we opened up that dialogue. They understand the ecosystem here and the species a lot better than many of us do. Dave may be excluded because he understands them really, really well. But in that conversation with directors, we were actually very surprised to hear that they struggle much, much more with low salinity at their intake. And their intake is actually between the aquarium and the carrier. So they said that they have to buy basically synthetic salts to concentrate up the water when it's too fresh for the species here at the aquarium. And they expressed interest in buying the concentrate from the desal plant because that would have the same ionic balance that the bay does. And I only tell you that because that was a real surprise to us. We wanted to make sure that they would be okay with slightly elevated levels of salinity. And at their intake, we're talking about, maybe 1%, which would be the difference, in 30 parts per thousand versus 30.3 parts per thousand. Very, very small. But I want Dave to talk a little bit about species sensitivities and then also the actual data collection that we did to make sure that the modeling and the science was valid.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. And certainly if I don't clearly address it, continue to ask. We know that oysters on the Texas coast prefer a range of salinity from 10 to 30 parts per thousand. Seawater is about 35 parts per thousand. And we know that Corpus Christi Bay is a relatively salty bay. You guys are right on what's considered the dividing line for the upper coast, which is generally wetter, and the lower coast, which is generally drier. But that generalization is still appropriate. What we also know, and I know Esteban mentioned that you may have questions regarding oyster mariculture. Texas Parks and Wildlife has started this oyster mariculture program. And they consider you guys are right on the dividing line between the upper coast, where there is a genetic variation of oyster that does not tolerate really high salinities. And I think their dividing line is around Aransas Bay. And the southern part of the coast, which goes all the way down to the valley, and those oysters tolerate up to 35 or 40 parts per thousand. And so we know this because we went to Bahia Grande and we did work in Bahia Grande, and We saw oysters growing right there in 35 parts per thousand. They looked great. But the range in general is 20 to 30 parts per thousand, and that's the range that you would see in Corpus Christi Bay where they're planning this breakwater. Most of the time, it's going to be 25 to 30 parts per thousand in that area. My understanding from the permit application that's been submitted for the city for the discharge into the inner harbor is that that discharge is only going to allow the salinity to increase beyond a few hundred feet from the discharge by 2 parts per thousand. And so as a biologist, I think about how much the salinity in the bay changes from day to day and week to week. And those changes range much more than 2 parts per thousand. So part of me says, well, okay, I would be worried about oysters because oysters are also growing in the inner harbor. And as Jason mentioned, we maintained a flow meter there at Flint Hills for 6 months. And every time I went out there, I looked at it and I walked along the pier and I could see oysters growing around the pier. So we know oysters grow in the inner harbor as well. But if I know that the salinity in that area is going to be limited to an increase of 2 parts per thousand, a few hundred feet from the discharge, it's very hard for me to justify to myself to say that I think that there's going to be a salinity change that would affect the oysters at North Beach that they're planning to put in. I think there are going to be a lot of other factors that are going to be much more significant to the success of those oysters than what goes on with the desal in the inner harbor. But I understand the question, the concern, but I have not been able to convince myself that it's a threat to those oysters. As Jason said, we did flow measurements back and forth across the inner harbor. We went upstream of the plant. We did it right out here underneath the bridge and all the way up past the Nueces Bay Power Station. And we went back and forth and side to side. And the purpose of that monitoring, we have what's called an acoustic Doppler velocity meter. And you tow it behind the boat and it tells you the direction the water's moving in, and it tells you how fast the water's moving. And so we did that at least twice under 2 different circumstances. And so I have a personal experience with seeing how fast the water's moving back and forth. And we do know that as you get further up in the inner harbor, those velocities decrease. But when you have an outgoing tide, when that tide switches on the inner harbor, that water is shooting out here. And so there's good mixing. There appears to be good mixing at this end of the inner harbor. The further up you get, the mixing has to be reduced due to tidal exchange. The other thing that I see, and you mentioned this as well, is navigation, is what we could see is we would particularly try to time some of our measurements after a ship or barge went through the inner harbor. And you can see a distinct signal in our measurements that those ships and barge transports are mixing the water column actually pretty deep. And we would see that in our water samples because we sampled down near the bottom, and we would see that the water before a ship passed would be relatively clear, and when a ship passed, that water would be relatively turbid because those ships are mixing the water all the way down to near the bottom when they're outgoing vessels. So I think there's, based on what I saw, I think there's a fair amount of mixing in the inner harbor. And I'm not an engineer, but these guys work hard to convince us that the diffusing system does a lot to add to the mixing and really makes a big difference. The bottom line is TCEQ isn't going to issue a permit that's going to allow a big difference in salinity outside a few hundred feet from the discharge. Do you have a,
Okay,
does
thank
that
you.
help or?
Yes, yes, thank you. Other question is, what are the downfalls of building in the inner harbor?
The downfalls of building it in the inner harbor are the same downfalls that you see everywhere else, anywhere else it's built. And from my concern as a biologist, the big concern that I have is that you're sucking up lots of water. And we know that there are larval fish, larval oysters in that water, and you're sucking all that water up. And I think that's an impact that it doesn't matter where this facility is located, that impact is going to occur. And I know Nicholas knows more about this than I do, but the proposed discharge is going to have intake screens. They're called wedge wire screens. And the mesh size on the screens is 1 to 3 millimeters, if I understand correctly. So you're talking about something that's this big, and it's going to block. And we've done larval fish studies for Nueces Bay Power Station. So we know that that size is going to block nearly all the larval fish that are generated in the system. It won't block all of them. Some are going to be aspirated onto the wedge wire screen, and some are going to die. And that's going to be an impact that's going to occur no matter where this facility is built. But so I see that as the environmental impact from my perspective that I'm concerned about. Here's the advantage to the inner harbor from my perspective. And we know that commercially and recreational species that you guys in your community cares about, blue crab, brown, white shrimp, pink shrimp, red drum, croaker, spawn offshore. The larvae of those organisms come in through the jetties at Port Aransas. And so it's like a funnel. You put 100 things in that funnel, and they go through the jetties and they come into the bay. Those larval fish and shrimp are looking for marsh and seagrass to settle because that's their nursery. They're going to settle out there, and that's where they're going to grow big enough to live on their own and start to spread out. So that as they come through the pass, they're looking for the first marsh and seagrass they can settle in. And that's why one of the reasons the inner harbor area is not very good, because it's close to where all those things are coming into the bay. And as they come into the bay, it's just like a filter. Every time they hit seagrass or marsh, some of those things settle out. And as you go further and further into the bay, and the inner harbor location is 23 miles from the jetties. And as they go further into the bay, more and more of those things get settled out. They go into marsh, they go into seagrass, they go into oyster beds to settle and grow up. The advantage from the inner harbor is that you're 23 miles and a lot of those things have settled out. They're still in the water. There's still some in the water, but they've gone to a lot of places. And that's why this environmental impact of some of those things getting sucked up, it's lower in the inner harbor than it is further up close to the ocean, because just the concentration of those organisms is higher up where they're coming into the bay from the ocean. So that's what I see as an environmental impact and a concern. but that's why I think the Inner Harbor is a reasonable location from that perspective. I think the other concern that I have as a biologist is oxygen impacts. And what we don't want is we don't want dense water falling to the bottom anywhere, because what we know is that as that heavy water falls to the bottom, the oxygen in that water is going to get sucked up. Organisms living on the bottom are going to use it, and you're going to have low DO, and it'll be harmful to aquatic life. And so we want a location where there's there's adequate mixing, and a design like these diffusers to keep the water mixed, so you don't have this heavy water settling to the bottom. And as Nicholas has told us, one advantage to the system is the discharge actually is well oxygenated. It's not like a lot of wastewater discharges that are low in oxygen. This discharge is well oxygenated. So I think the fact that it's well oxygenated, the fact that we're talking about diffusing it, getting it well mixed, are going to minimize that problem of, or the potential problem of low dissolved oxygen.
Wanted to add, because I guess your question was in the context of comparing the two locations. And that's reflected actually in TCEQ's assessment. The Inner Harbor has the main disadvantage of this channel being dead-end channel, as all of us know. While in the other case, we have very well ventilated channel where we have much more movement. Well, that is reflected actually in the maximum assimilative capacity of the two systems. And that's why we're limited to this 30 MGD we mentioned in one case, and we can go all the way to 50, 60 MGD, even beyond. In the La Quinta channel, we have much more ventilation, and therefore the assimilative capacity of that location is much bigger. So if I have to answer a simple answer to that question, besides the complexities mentioned previously, I would say that's the biggest disadvantage of the Inner Harbor, the lack of ventilation mixing because of the dead end nature of it. And I would think that what M&G is doing, I would never ever recommend for city to buy this plant, because to me, this is environmentally irresponsible to drop heavy brine at the bottom in a dead end channel. They were able to get a permit, but that to me doesn't matter that we have to end there. We are all I'm an environmental engineer, and I would never in my clear conscience ever accept that to happen, because I've seen plants like that in the world, and those goes with environmental consequences. So we are very sensitive to the fact of how do we make sure that this brine dissipates effectively without ever dropping down the bottom? And that's a big difference between M&G and us. And second, how do we make sure we maximize the use of the assimilative capacity? What that means is minimize the distance from the point of discharge where you could even physically measure the salinity being different from the ambient. So those are the types of designs we incorporated, which M&G doesn't have. And to me, that is a fatal flaw, that therefore I wouldn't recommend for the city, for example, to acquire this plant. That to me is one of the worst designs of discharge I've ever seen.
Okay, I've got two questions here. Back to Steve, earlier you mentioned that there are 5 projects identified in the Region N plan. Does that necessarily mean that all 5 are going to be built?
No. And what everybody needs to remember or understand about region and planning, it's a plan. It's an idea. Every 5 years, there's a new region and plan. Alternatives may fall out. It doesn't mean that these alternative water supplies have a concept that they will become real. They get into the plan if the sponsor needs to go out to the state and get low interest loans from the TWDB or the state. There was a question earlier, does industry need to have it in the plan? If I was just going to go out and I had $100 million and I wanted a desal plant, I don't need to put it in the region and plan. So the region and planning is just a basis of a planning document that people can use. That's all it is.
I appreciate that clarification. My next question, we haven't really discussed cost of a potential plant yet, and I'm assuming that we're going to get to that. But when we get there, when we talk about cost, does that include any of the additional infrastructure that is going to be needed for each respective site? Does it include additional transmission lines that we don't have in place right now? And does that include any additional investments into power infrastructure? Or when you talk about X amount per each plant, is that just for the property line of that respective plant?
That's a great question, and we would love to have a conversation on costs because they're complex, but they are critical to moving this project forward in a way that is best for the region. The costs that have been presented per 1,000 gallons, so the cost of water, which is what we talk about, is an all-in. That includes the 138 kVA transmission, the substation for power for the plant. That includes land acquisition, permitting, all of the development costs, the capital to build the plant, as well as operations and maintenance. So the city has incorporated some of those into the rate model to try and estimate, what the impacts may be in the rates long term. But when we talk about cost of water, that is an all-in estimate on the cost. Right now, that projection is between $3 and $4 a thousand. These guys could give you a great reference on what it is from the Nueces versus Texana versus the Colorado, for instance. The Colorado is your most expensive source at just above $4.50 a thousand. So we expect to be between 3 and 4. And of course, that depends, we haven't talked about the development of this project, and if I can tee somebody up to ask the question, I'd love to throw it over to Neil to get his perspective on it. The way that this process has been developed, the project has been defined, is that the city would be able to do what they do best and do all of the early development stages, right? So that would be going through the permitting effort, going through land acquisition, all of the feasibility studies, and then when the time is right, making sure that you're using the private expertise, global expertise in designing and building the plant. So that is what that is the assumption on which the cost models are based. And Neil and Nikolai can talk about that approach and how Carlsbad differed from that, how Tampa Bay differed from that, and how plants around the world have had a little bit different procurement methodologies and definitions. But when it comes to the cost, the way that we have developed the models, we talk about kind of all in capital, and that's construction and non-construction, and then operations as well.
Okay, thank you. And Councilman kind of took my question there, so to speak. But speaking of per 1,000 gallons, can you tell us what the cost per 1,000 gallons for San Diego, Tampa Bay, and maybe since you're talking Hawaii, maybe the estimated cost? Yeah, because Region N has I guess HDR did that study, and it's much higher than what your study came out with.
Yeah, I can actually tell you that. I have a presentation tomorrow to the governing board of the South Florida Water Management District, and they asked me to get those costs for them. So I just compiled them. Currently, the Tampa project on a delivered water cost basis is about $3.25 a thousand gallons. Big distinction to bear in mind is somewhat similar to you, they're on a bay. So they're not a seawater plant. Carlsbad, on the other hand, is quite a bit more. It's close to $6 a thousand gallon. That's their current 2021 price, and substantially different case. And, I will tell you that we were discussing the world of difference between permitting a desal plant in California and permitting pretty much anywhere else in the world, but certainly Texas. A great deal of a good portion of money went to the permitting exercise and the mitigation measures, because their standard, unlike most other regulators, is not, do no material environmental damage. It's, we really don't want you. and you can't do any environmental damage. So it's an important thing to bear in mind. If you hear things about Carlsbad, they had to do things there that frankly, I wouldn't consider as rational, but that's just the way they had to do it to proceed. So it costs a lot of money. Power is exceedingly expensive out there. I think they're paying, I was going to say close to 14 cents, a kilowatt hour there. And that's at an industrial, one of the best industrial rates they could get. So those things tend to compile. So, and that's seawater. So it's working at 32 parts per thousand. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, the big difference between the two plants is Tampa Bay water being on a bay. Salinity of that water varies between 16,000 on the low end and about 30,000 on the high end, average about 26. In Carlsbad, it's an open ocean desalination plant, and the salinity varies between 30 and 35, average 33.5. Salinity has a big impact on energy and how we design the plant, how many membranes and what are the loading rates. So by default, the lower salinity waters always yield lower costs.
As I understand, temperature also affects that, right? The colder the temperature.
That is very much the case. Yes, I forgot temperature. Temperature is not as impactful as salinity, but it makes a difference. And in Tampa, the average temperatures are around 26, 27 degrees. In Carlsbad, they're around 18, 20 degrees. So that is a penalty.
You're talking Celsius, right?
I'm sorry, Celsius. Well, we use Celsius, for one simple reason. Because if you have Celsius, it actually allows you to proportion the amount of energy you need. If you're using Fahrenheit, things are much more complicated. So for example, if you do have, let's say, 20 degrees Celsius versus 30 degrees Celsius, you're looking at an increment of about 3% of energy, extra energy that you have to pay for the lower temperature.
I realized that when I was going through desal data, I had to convert everything
to Fahrenheit.
For metric to standard.
Well, there are two magic numbers to remember. 16 degrees Celsius is 61 and 28 is 82. Those are two good references to keep in mind. You just flip the numbers.
Okay. Also, you'd mentioned the discharge. Can you give us an information on the discharge ratio to actual production?
Yes, and if I can, I'd like to step back a little bit and talk about the region end planning numbers, the cost estimates that are in the region end plan, unless you don't want me to.
Well, I mean, if you want to disparage HDR, go ahead.
No, and HDR has followed their charge from the state really well. I actually think Christi Shaw with HDR has done an excellent job with the region end plan.
Well, I mean, their numbers are somewhere in the $8 range.
They are. And, Jorge worked for the development board, so I could throw him under the bus and give him the microphone here. But the cost model that's used for all region end plans, the UCM, was developed as a way to standardize cost estimating for planning. So if, let's say a region is looking at a reservoir and they want to compare that reservoir against another reservoir that's being prospected in the region. The development board wanted a way to be able to standardize those cost estimates, and that can be for any project, a reuse project, a desal project, a conventional surface water project. And so they developed this tool that is very much a sledgehammer. It's not a scalpel, that is applied by all of the regions. And HDR did a great job applying this tool. But what it doesn't include is the 6 years of project definition and development that our team has done to really hone in and sharpen those estimates, looking at bids for pipeline here in the coastal bend to come up with our pipeline costs. We've refined our pipeline costs based on the bids for the GCGV pipeline that Sandpat and the city are partnered with for supplying water to GCGV. We've even refined our costs based on the salinity that we've got, based on the diffuser array that is in conceptual design. So the $8 a thousand is a great planning number. If you wanted to come up with a budget, I promise you'll have plenty of money left at the end of the day if you plan for $8 a thousand. The numbers that we've come together or brought together are actually more consistent if you look at the World Bank report for global desal costs. It's a great report. It has information on a lot of projects around the world for delivered costs, and there is an enormous range Nikolai could tell you why that range is there. Exactly. And so, that's a great reference to weigh with the development board, region and cost to say what is planning versus what is actual implemented and delivered. So what we've provided is a range for what we expect to be delivered costs. The UCM from the development board, it's a great tool. Like I said, I can't disparage HDR at all, but it is a, planning number for all purposes.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to.
Unified cost model.
Yeah, there is a difference also in the level of cost estimating, and we do have standards in engineering and professional engineering. Their estimate is at what we call planning level. It's -30 plus 50% of the actual number that would come up. Our number, because we base it on very site-specific data associated with the specific locations, collecting data for the last 3 or 4 years, we are down to plus 20 minus 10, so versus plus 50 minus 30. So our accuracy of estimate is much, much higher. And therefore, normally that brings you to a lower overall number. So our expectation is as the bids start coming in, when we go in and procure, we'll see basically everything will be within 20% of the number that we gave you as a number that was mentioned here, because we know our estimate accuracy would correspond to that maximum top level. And as I said, it could go to, as the lowest one would be -10. That is where we expect the numbers, the real numbers to be coming from the bids, -10 plus 20. That's our accuracy.
Okay, and if you could just answer the question on the production versus discharge.
Yes, sir.
What exactly is that ratio?
To make it very simple, what we've modeled right now is 60-40, 60% on the discharge, 40%, and that is an overall system recovery rate. So the pretreatment has a certain recovery rate where you have a little bit of waste through the pretreatment, the dissolved air flotation and membrane filtration. I don't know why I'm answering this question. I have Nikolai Vuchkov sitting next to me. So
Don't let you know the answers. I don't have to answer all questions.
we have looked at the recovery rates for each process that we expect to be a part of the treatment. Each of those produces some product and has a little waste, dissolved air flotation, membrane filtration, the reverse osmosis system. And so the overall balance that we see, and again, worst case temperature, worst case salinity is what we've looked at. It's between 30 and 40% is what we can produce. So let's say just round numbers,
And that's based on salinity levels, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we spend quite a bit of money with the Heart Institute for the research on tracking those salinity levels. We've been spending that for a long, long time. And I've seen ranges from 20 parts to 35 parts, just depending on the time of year. It seems like in the summer it goes up, in the winter comes down. So you'll have some variation there. To your point, there's quite a variation with the salinity levels to affect the oysters. So I'm not really sure how that's dealing, but you did incorporate that into your models, correct?
We did, and we looked at 40 years of data, and we took the 95th percentile for salinity. So basically 95% of the time the salinity is lower than the level that we estimated, so very conservative, and the 5th percentile temperature. So 95% of the time the temperature is higher than what we estimated. So at that, at those levels, we think it's a very conservative estimate, and that's what the permits are based on as well, is a conservative discharge volume under conditions where we can treat the water, but it's a little bit less efficient. Yeah, but
Okay.
that is considered.
And in my last question, since we brought up Harbor Island earlier, I believe the port's discharge request was 150 million gallons a day. Is that, are you correct? Are you familiar with that?
It is much higher than their production rate would indicate, but they're also proposing, I believe, to intake additional raw water for blending, similar to what Nikolai mentioned in Carlsbad. But
Okay.
it's well over 100 million, yes, sir.
So you're looking at your 60-40 production ratio. I'm assuming they're looking at somewhere in the 60 million gallons a day range for production?
I think it was proposed at 50 MGD, yes, sir.
Okay, so that's kind of the combination of what we're looking at with both of these plants. So they have the capability to discharge that amount in the ship channel?
The technical feasibility and the regulatory permissibility are two different questions.
So in your opinion, it wouldn't be that high?
As the 150?
At the 150, well, for whatever the production's going to be.
Right. So what they have proposed, and again, I'm not involved in the project, but what I've read is that they'll take in additional water that won't go through the process, but will just be used to blend with the concentrate, right? Dilution water, which is what they're doing in Carlsbad. Even as that power plant gets phased out, they're taking in quite a bit additional raw water and using that to dilute the concentrate so that it's a lower salinity by the time it hits the bay. That's what I've seen proposed in some of the port's documentation. So they may have a very high volume, but that doesn't mean that it's all concentrate.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll add that, Dave brought up the points of the primary environmental risk on the intake is the impingement and entrainment. And as you increase the volumes that you intake, even if it's for blending water, not for the process at all, you're also increasing that environmental risk because you're taking in so much more water through your screens. So we've tried to find a balance with that. There certainly is tension between some of the objectives and priorities on the project, and finding that right balance has been our focus.
Okay, I want to start off. I don't. First thing, I just want to make a statement. In hearing about the Inner Harbor solution and the fact that you have a problem, you have a challenge of discharge of the brine. I just don't know why we would want to add on top of that, getting in the business of taking heavy metals out of that same water and having to worry about disposing of that at some landfill. We have enough problems with landfill size as it is. So I don't know why we would want to get into a situation where we're having to do that. The one thing I want to say about size is because engineers are great, but sometimes you guys don't think about the political realities of what we have to deal with. And the political reality from my perspective is if we build a desal plant, regardless of where we build it, this community is going to think that is the solution. And if we come back 5 years from now and say, well, that one, all that got absorbed, now we have to build another one. That's going to be a big issue for this community. And then the two other questions I want to throw out is, the first is, have we looked at any cogeneration models for energy usage, especially with the fact that we're talking about locating one of these plants potentially within, the backyard of a number of industries. And lastly, have we talked at all about, because I have a concern about the city being in the desal business, why we wouldn't want to just outsource that to a company that does that around the world, and pick one. There's Poseidon, there's Seven Seas, there's a number of companies that do this on a daily basis. Why we wouldn't want to do that? Because from my perspective, if the city gets in the business of doing desal plants, that's a whole nother level of personnel we have to hire at the city. It's a whole nother level of bureaucracy that we have to worry about. And what are the advantages to doing it that way versus outsourcing it to somebody who does it for a living?
Okay, yeah, we'll start from the top there on the heavy metals in the Inner Harbor. And I'd like for Nikolai to talk about his experience around the world and locating these plants. The constituents in the Inner Harbor here, copper, nickel, arsenic, lead, is that substantially different than we would see in other locations?
Yeah, they are, because we have those deposits occurring as far as a result of industrial activity. They are not natural in source. The reason why we do have that treatment is because we would otherwise, as I mentioned there, the TCEQ establishes maximum limits of how much you could discharge. if we do not remove some of those substances, we will end up reducing the volume of our discharge just because we will hit the maximum limit of some of those substances. Yes.
My point is, why would we want to locate it in a situation or in a location where we have to deal with that at all? Why don't we locate it in a place where we don't have to deal with the heavy metals issue?
Well, because the impact of dealing with the heavy metals issue is, from a cost perspective, is minimal versus the impact, let's say, of building a long intake out in, in an open ocean will be a tremendous penalty in terms of cost without achieving anything substantially different.
Open ocean environment?
I mean an open
Your
bay,
La
I would
Quinta
make.
Channel would be a better location than.
La Quinta Channel is certainly a better location. That's why the TCQ have given us much bigger volume that we could use. So there is no doubt that between the two locations, if you ask me as an engineer to pick a location from a capacity, ventilation, environmental conditions, yes, La Quinta is the better choice. I don't think anyone here as an engineer would argue that point. Demand-wise, however, from a demand perspective, we certainly picked that location as available location up to the maximum capacity we could do to follow demand, because demand associates with transportation of water, a cost of water, and additional environmental impacts that we have to run pipelines, acquire rights of ways, and other things that will impact people, will impact businesses, will impact overall costs. So when we look at it also from a perspective of overall cost. An overall cost meaning delivered to the customers, which would mean transportation costs, which would mean intake costs, discharge costs. So when we were talking about this ranges, that is why we do have those types of differences. So we don't look at it just as a single factor. We look at it as a whole. What is the most affordable project we could build in a particular location closest to our customers? And we recommended the two in the staging process just to reflect the growth in the city and the growth of demand. That was the logic why we followed. On your last question about why don't do that to the private sector, I'm currently working in the Middle East on many projects, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia. And it used to be that the trend in all those countries has been exactly what you said. The private contracts for 25 years, and those private contracts are given to a single contractor that runs, designs, builds, and operates the plant. This is no longer the case. Now, for the last 5 years, people are stepping back from that position. Why? Because what happens in 25 years is the cost of water in every one of those contracts get adjusted upwards with inflation. So people now, towards the middle to end of the contracts, end with cost of water being $3 to $4 per cubic meter, because the result, they measure it in cubic meter. If you want to turn it into per 1,000 gallons, you have to multiply approximately by 4. So the point here is that long-term contracts have one big disadvantage. Costs are always going upwards, just because the way they work is first year cost, whatever they bid, gets adjusted by inflation factors. In the big problem with that is technology advances, and why the private sector loves it. This was my business. I mean, I was actually the guy that was coming up with the schemes along with my colleagues of how do we take advantage of technology in the long term. Desalination offers the benefit of technology advancements on costs. So if you have a long-term contract, you end up actually only seeing your costs going upwards. If you do have a contract of a shorter term, then you would actually see a lot of those technological advantages, the benefits of them kept to you. So you will not see this unusual event where the cost of water currently on the market in the Middle East is about 40, 50, 60 cents, and people in Oman paying $3 to $4 per cubic meter and scratching and saying, no, there must be something wrong with what I did 20 years ago. So I think from that perspective, the best approach that people have taken is actually to have contracts which are 5 to 7 years, so they can learn, the local utility or municipality, they call it Omanization, Saudization. I mean, this is the term that means we want to get the operations back with us. So in the contracts are only 5 to 7 years with the private contractor. The public utility learns and acquires the skills, and that's required as part of the contract for the public utility staff to be skilled in the project. And in 5 to 7 years, the private sector is gone. their bonds are all returned because all the potential problems and issues are addressed in 5 to 7 years. And then the public utility takes over. And from that point on, all advantages in technology are kept in your pocket, not in the private company's pocket. That's why private sector loves desalination. It offers the biggest potential to actually make money out of technology advancements. No other water technology would offer that. That's why private sector is not very hot about, let's say, conventional water treatment plants.
A contract with somebody like a Poseidon or Seven Seas for the first initial phase, 5 to 7 years?
I would
and
recommend.
then phase them out?
Yes, that is correct. I'm recommending a private company that is skilled in designing and operating facilities, and I'm talking international level skills, companies that are proven to be able to do that from an international level. Like, for example, when you look at Carlsbad and Huntington Beach, or that is currently being awarded, or also Tampa Bay, all of them are operated by private companies. Acciona Agua, Spanish company, for example, was selected for Huntington Beach and for Tampa. In Tampa, they are in joint venture with American Waterworks, which is an American company. In the case of Carlsbad, we have IDE, Israeli Desalination Engineering. In the case of Santa Barbara, where I worked also as advisor to the client, it was also IDE with a Kiewit Construction. So I think this model works very well, and the world is waking up to the fact that the shorter term models and keeping the benefits of longer term advancements in technology is ultimately to the best approach of the public utilities. That's why I would advocate, let's have an expert contractor build it, operate it, get our staff skilled in 5 to 7 years, phase them out and take over so you could maintain the benefits in the longer term of lower cost of water.
Yeah, let me introduce you. You mentioned a couple of particular firms, and I want to make a distinction between some of the things that Nikolai talked about. And I 100% agree with Nikolai said. The firms that you mentioned are firms that want to own and finance. And so he talked about engineering and operations and foreign firms and technology, all important stuff. But those firms, their business models are to own and operate and finance. And, you know, that's a key distinction. There's a value for that in the industry. The value is if you want to pay somebody to take risks on your behalf. And there is a cost. There is no, I will tell you, the San Diego County Water Authority, large, powerful, well-run water authority, their bond costs were at the time that Carlsbad closed about 4%. That was what the market was for a AAA rated agency. The net bond cost for the financing for the Carlsbad plant was around 6%. So that's on $1 billion. That's not an insignificant difference. So the difference was at that point, those companies that want to do the financing had to finance a lot of the risks that could exist in the projects. So distinct models, distinct outcomes, all valuable, but you need to understand they're manifestly different. What Nikolai said is use the private sector's expertise to your advantage. Hire qualified, well-skilled people to work on the design concepts and the operation skills. They are not manifest in the U.S. So how you get them is paramount to the success and the cost of your project.
First, developers provide the benefit of taking risks on projects, as that was the case in Carlsbad, as that was the case in Tampa. The reason why Tampa went for public-private partnership is because for 7 years they tried to get permits for the desalination plant, and they were not successful. They sank a lot of money. So said, well, let's private sector deal with it. It's a risk. You know what happened the moment we get the permits? And I was the responsible party with getting the permits for Tampa for Poseidon Resources. The Tampa Bay Water said, well, there's no more risk left. And they actually bought the projects out of Poseidon because they did not see any value besides the permitting risk value. in Carlsbad, we did have a real risk. It wasn't perceived because of the environmental issues associated with desalination being used as a leverage to limit growth. While Texas is very pro-growth, pro-development state, California is very much the opposite, philosophically different. Yeah, that's why they're all moving to your place. But the reality is that that different type of philosophy resulted in a very long permitting process over 10 years. And that's officially published. Just the development cost to develop Carlsbad was over $60 million, $60 million of development cost because of the risks. Seven lawsuits, which I participated on, presenting Poseidon in front of a judge to show that technologically things are okay. So there was a major challenge. All of them have been lost, but every one of you that may have been involved in a lawsuit knows, doesn't matter what you do, it's $300,000 and above of a cost to participate in a lawsuit. Even though you may be right, it will be a fair expense. The point here is very different environments. In Texas, in the TCEQ that we've been working with, have been very reasonable with completely different approach. Local communities and leaders do like to see growth, completely with environmental protection that goes along with it, rightfully so. But very different philosophy, where risk in one case is very high and valuable. In the other case, I think it's just not worthwhile to spend the money because the expectation of investment is to pay for that risk at a fairly high price on the cost of money. So that's the difference. So I think different circumstances call for different conditions. I wouldn't say that public versus private, private sector doesn't have its place. In many places it does. In many countries I worked for, the reason why people wanted to have the private sector is because they didn't have bonding capacity. The very first project I worked on was for that exact reason, for the city of Cranston in Rhode Island. They just spent so much money on schools and other improvements, they just didn't have a way of borrowing. Poseidon came in and said, hey, no problem, we could bring the money, we'll build the project, we'll bring the money as well. So that is an advantage. In that situation, sure, private sector has a huge advantage because it solves a problem that you otherwise would not be able to solve. So I think public-private partnerships have their role worldwide and in the US, but they're circumstantial, and we need to look at our circumstances and what's the bottom line telling us.
Part of the financial can be shared with companies. I mean, if you're going to let them do the bonding, that takes that bonding risk off of the city. You know, I think there's certain advantages to that that certainly would be looked at. But, you know, the city of Alice is doing that sort of thing right now. They've made a deal with Seven Seas, and they're going to do brackish water desal via drilling wells. It's a 15-year deal. At the end of the 15 years, the city can take over the plant, or they can choose not to, whatever they want to do.
Well, it again very much depends. I don't know what their bonding capacity and situation is. It's difficult to know their circumstances versus ours. I mean, obviously we have access to very low cost money, and that's very difficult to beat. You know, I work for Poseidon Resources, and I was on the board of directors. The cost of private money is the cost of Wall Street money. The expectation of equity returns is what you would get in Wall Street for 20 years, which is 14% and up. You certainly would pay for risk. And that's only fair because if somebody takes a risk, they expect higher returns, as you would when you're investing in Wall Street. If that's worthwhile to you, sure. I mean, if you would, in this particular case, what we did and what we advised the city was the condition of risk that we face in this project are very different. So we looked at the risk profile of the project, and we recommended that we would not see the value of a private investor in this particular case. Again, can you do it? Sure, you can. It will cost you, however, more if you do have the option that you have to have access to very low cost funding. That doesn't happen often in the world, I can tell you that. Yes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, one of the key things that you talk about, and God, I've spent 2 decades dealing with risks and projects and how to de-risk them. And Jason, talked about the early development work. And one of the the model pursued here was to do the early development work and go through a good deal of the studies, a good deal of the permitting to de-risk certainly a good deal of the project. And when you look at transactionally looking at those type of things, you look at what those risks are, you can monetize them if you really want and say, these are what the risks are worth to you, and this is what I'm going to pay for them. That's a very detailed and sophisticated analysis, but that's fundamentally what can be done. By doing the early development work, particularly on the permitting side and the siting side, you are de-risking the project. So you've moved out of a good deal of what the risks are by taking those steps and doing that process. So that's a very important consideration. I think it's consistent with what Nikolai is saying, is that you're probably past the point of significant value of having private equity type funds to take on those type of risks, and so that's kind of a very important kind of distinction of where you are and the process that you've undergone already relative to de-risking the project.
So one example here is about a year ago, we probably, as regular people, would not have envisioned being here wearing masks and dealing with a pandemic. If you look at the private sector doing the permitting with private funding, we would have been sitting a year with that cost adding up. Here we are going through that process that we know it has slowed down TCEQ and just about every process that we have going on. And we are doing that under the city's authority and with very low cost of capital. So that's one of the risks that the private sector would have to take, but eventually you will have to pay for it.
And one of the things we also have to remember, we work with the state through the SWIFT loan. You mentioned Alice and their deal. They did the same thing. They made it economically feasible. That's what we're doing. We're on a bigger scale. We're working with those experts, trying, and Heather and Jorge will get into the details of the SWIFT loan and the importance of that to make this project feasible economically so we can get to that design, build, operate, transfer. And one of the things that I want to make sure everybody keeps in mind, the city of Corpus Christi has been treating water for over 100 years. We do this. We have a great water utility system. Gabe and his team do a great job at Owen Stevens. We're adding to that same technology, that same system, those employees will be integrated into this project. We can do it. We are bigger than an Alice that may not have that experience and needs to do that. We, the city of Corpus Christi, do it on a daily basis at a significant level. So we're ready. We can prepare for this project.
Okay. Stephen, thank you. That's me. Here I come. All right. I want to thank the panel. I do want to remind everybody in the room that we do have lunch scheduled at noon. And for questions that you have, our panel is going to be here. And it is an opportunity, number one, to have questions that you want to have with staff one-on-one, but it's also another opportunity to engage with some of our subject matter experts that we're lucky enough to have with us here today and to ask some of those questions as well. So, gentlemen, panel, experts, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was great. That was fantastic. Thank you. Okay, we have our next presenters available. As mentioned, I'm going to move some of these chairs. If I could ask some folks to help me, Aaron, if you could help me with some chairs. So I'm going to bring up our next slide. Do we know if our second television is tired? Okay, we mentioned financing. We're going to talk a little bit about SWIFT funding and the Texas Water Development Board. Jorge and Heather are going to take us through this presentation. Feel free, once again, fill up your cup, stretch, take a deep breath. do what you got to do, and then we'll get started.
Yes. Okay.
Two minutes, 2-minute break. Stewards, servants of the public, if we could take our seats. Grab your last refill. And I will turn the mic over to the experts. I'll allow it. Pro Tem. Okay. Jorge, would you like the mic? Would you like to join us? Heather and Jorge, do we have the second slide? Do you have a clicker?
I do not have a clicker.
All right. Well, I think I've got a clicker for you.
Awesome. Okay. Good morning. Heather Hurlbert, the Director of Finance for the city. What we're going to walk through today is we're going to talk about where we are right now within the SWIFT process And then we're going to talk about how we got to where we are, to look back on how we got into the financing and what this is. So right now, the city has been approved by the Texas Water Development Board through the SWIFT program for $222.4 million for the design, engineering, permits, and construction of a potential desalination plant. So we were approved back in July 23rd on 2020 is when the Texas Water Development Board actually approved and made the award. In October of 2020, we issued 11.4 million. So that 11.4 million was for I believe the rest of the permitting, along with design of a percentage design of the plant. So originally we had planned on, within the program we had 2 years to issue all the funds. So we were going to do the first in 2020, and then the remainder of the fund are the $211 million in 2022. In looking at the time frame, we feel like that it is not prudent to go ahead and move forward to issuing those funds. We're not ready to start spending them. And so looking at cost, we want to make sure that we're matching closely the debt with the activity to making sure that we're spending that. So what we are moving forward with is we'd like to ask for an extension from Texas Water Development Board. That does have to be done by in August of this year, because they go through and they plan their debt issuances, and they need to know whether $211 million is very large even for them, and they need to know what those potential debt issuances look like. So the plan right now would be that we would ask to defer those until 2022. And then once the debt is issued, a lot of the debt service, or a large majority of the debt services, will be covered through the drought surcharge. So I know we had talked a little bit about that, I think in the first session with Esteban. We do have several of our large industries are paying into our drought surcharge. That started back in 2019. And so actually we've already built a reserve of about $6 million, between $6 and $7 million that is in that fund. Those funds will be used to start paying that debt service before, and actually it's going to be used on the 11.4 million and then some on the $211 million when it's issued. So there will be a slight delay on when the debt service will actually start coming out of current money versus using some of these reserves to pay off that. It is estimated that the drought surcharge will produce about $5.8 million annually. And so between this and some of our older debt that is rolling off, we really don't have a big impact to the debt service overall when you look at the utilities that will affect the rates and be passed on to the ratepayers. So then looking at the whole timeline, this started back in February 2020 when the city submitted the abridged application to Texas Water Development Board. And for those of you that have been on council, you walked through this with us. This is primarily education for some of our newer council members. Then, as I said, in April 2020, Texas Water Development Board invited the city to submit a full application. So this, I believe, we were one of 11, I believe, that were invited to submit. So it is really an honor to be able to submit for the Texas Water Development Board loans. Through this program, the great thing about it is that, we were talked a little bit about the cost of bonding and the cost of capital. So through Texas Water Development Board and the SWIFT loan program, we are able to secure money to finance the project. First of all, based off of the capital, the credit score of the state of Texas, which is a AAA credit score. That's the best you can do and you can receive. And so the cost of interest rates that they're able to issue that debt at is much lower, not much lower, especially right now in this environment. We are in a very tight credit market, but it is at a lower amount. In addition to that, the SWIFT program buys down or subsidizes the loan, the interest rate by 20%. So on the 11.4 million that we issued back in 2020, the state was able to issue their bonds at about 2.5%. With that 20% buy down, the cost to the city is 1.996. So that is cheaper than what we could issue our own bonds at. In addition to, I know we had had some conversation about what the private sector can do. That's going to be substantially cheaper than what the private sector could issue that debt at to be able to build the project for us. So in July 2020, our application was approved. In August 2020, the city council approved the financing agreement. So this is a very key thing because this will have to happen again if we move forward with the $211 million. So in this August timeframe is when the city has to financially commit to accepting the second tranche of funding. So that's why we have to do an extension in August of 2021. But after we commit to receiving those funds, then there is a penalty, a financial penalty, if we decide after that point that we're not going to move forward with issuance. Because like I said, the Texas Water Development Board has to plan their debt portfolio to be able to do that. So in October 2020 of last year, we did issue the 11.425 million at a cost of 1.996. So I know that there's been some questions on, do we have to move forward with the 211 million? We're authorized to issue that. We can apply for an extension, but at this point, we are not financially committed to issuing the 211 million. If we do decide to move forward with that, once we've signed that financial agreement with Texas Water Development Board, at that point, we are committed. Or if we decide not to do it, there will be a financial penalty the closer we get to that time frame. Yes, that 20% will remain the same. What that 20% is, what the interest rate will change just depends on what the interest rate environment is at the time that Texas Water Development Board issues their bonds. So we're continuing to stay in a very low interest rate environment. I know according to the Fed, they don't feel like it's going to increase substantially over the next couple of years. So, we're talking about, 10 or 20 basis points or 10% or 0.1, 0.2% interest rate is what our change in interest rate.
Yeah, actually, the Texas Water Development Board sets the subsidy rate every time that they issue the bonds.
Yep.
So the 20% is what we had for the $11.4 million, but we cannot be sure that that is going to be the subsidy going forward.
Okay. So as I mentioned, on the 11.4 million that we just issued in 2020, there was no financial impact to the ratepayers for the 11.4 million. That was able to be paid out of the drought surcharge that we already had in place. And then as we move forward if we move forward with the 211 million, there will be a minimal impact to ratepayers just because we do have some of the older debt that is rolling off. And so there's not the need to increase the debt service portion of the rate. So the 11.4 million was used, as I said, for the land acquisition, a contingency, looking at the power transmission, the conceptual design, and the surveys and permitting and legal services. So I think that concludes my financial portion. Anybody have any questions?
The drought surcharge, you saw that number of 5.8. It used to be about 3 million annually, but with Gulf Coast Growth Ventures now coming online, they're paying into it. And so annually, when they're at full capacity, it'll be about 5.8 million. So it's nearly double the initial amount. It's beginning now, but as their water production, their water consumption increases, at full capacity, it'll be at that 5.8. Yes.
There's a cap on the surcharge at 150 million, but as long as they pull from the account, if you're using it for the needs that it was financed for, in this case, infrastructure, then that cap, if you're draining from it, if you don't meet that cap, you can utilize that funding. Does that make sense? Okay. Yes.
Yeah, we just can't, we can hold up to $150 million, but as long as it's being cycled through, that cap does not exist.
Councilman Molina, you were asking earlier about the projects that are included in Region N, the other seawater desal projects. As you can see, this is very difficult to beat this cost of capital that we have with SWIFT, with the state funding. And that is the reason why you would want your project to be included in the regional water plan. Because once it is included in the regional water plan, in theory, it is eligible to receive state funding. But one of the things that is clear is that when you go to the Water Development Board to get this good deal, you have to show that you're able to pay that back. And the way you pay that back is if you have a customer. So that would be the question with all those other projects, is who is your customer that is going to pay for this back?
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Jorge, so the Port of Corpus Christi, they have $1.25 billion, 800, I think 4 million for Harbor Island and 450 for La Quinta. So they would have to justify that. This is in the 2022 draft. Okay. Thank you very much, Heather. So you said that from a debt service side, it's a low impact?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Because we have the reserves that have been built up for the debt surcharge, along with the fact that 5.8 million of the debt service will be paid strictly through this debt surcharge. And then we have some other large projects that are older that are rolling off. And so it is a minimal impact.
Now, did you calculate, we've got 2 large users coming on with it that'll add about $20 million in revenue to the system. So what's the impact there? Our sales are going to be going up by $20 million.
Exactly. I can't speak specifically to what that rate impact is. My understanding is that is playing into the whole picture.
Would that
And
be a
so-
positive rate impact?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So we can't get to kind of the exact rate impact. Like, right now, the city's practice is to update the rate model every 2 years. And so we're going through it right now for implementation next year. So it depends when the project's coming on and then the overall price on it, what the actual capital costs are with it. Last year, when we were looking at it, it looked fairly minimal. Again, it looked to be like for a regular, you just take like a 5,000 gallon a month user like my family, it was going to range between like $1.80 up to $3.60 or so, was what it looked like would be the range for desalination. And that's out in the future. That's not like, coming right away. That'd be 10 years out in the future because that's how far out we look.
Yeah.
So like maybe $2 to $3, 10 years in the future.
And Kevin, if I remember right, I believe that that's less on the debt side and more on the operational side.
100% correct there.
Okay, and that's why one of the reasons why that rate impact is moved out, because really the debt service has a very minimal, if any, impact on the rates. What will have impact on the rate is the operations of the plant, the cost to operate that plant.
Thanks.
So you said that there's no rate impact, so we're not going to have any rate increases this year?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there's a minimal rate pack, if any, from the desal. There's still rate impacts for cost of operations of the rest of the system.
Okay, so this is negligible. So in the sense of we're having a debt roll off, you're adding it in, so it's negligible in the sense that we won't be reducing anything for the customer.
Exactly.
Okay, so that doesn't really matter. Speaking of which, those are what we have to deal with is the EPA consent agreement that's going to impact rates. The agreement with TCEQ that's going to add rates to this. So in looking at borrowing money at a low rate, what's the benefit if we end up spending more to construct something versus private companies?
So I can't speak to the cost that it would be for us to build it versus a private entity. You know,
You're just referring to the low cost of this particular money, not necessarily what it would cost us to construct something
Exactly.
under government processes. Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to clarify too for everyone and everyone listening that there's a water fund, and that's what Heather is talking about here. And then with the EPA consent decree, that's for the wastewater fund. It's a separate fund, whole separate. Yes, sir. Gotcha.
Is there anything with our permitting or anything we do about this and how we do our desal solution that would prevent us from selling water to someone or to a customer outside the Region N area?
he's coming right there.
Like if the city of Abilene wanted to buy one, you sell it to them.
The city of Abilene wants to buy water from us.
Well, and you probably remember Mayor McComb talking about in his lifetime, he would have expected to see us sending water to San Antonio and other users. Steve's still in here? Steve can explain this a lot better than I can, but the water rights authorizations that we've applied for through the state, so in the permitting process, do restrict the what's called interbasin transfers. So you get to have a water right or a diversion within a river basin, and transferring that water outside of that river basin does require an authorization that we have not explicitly applied for. Now we have between the basin just to the north and then the Nueces Basin, because we do have a regional system where that water is going to be able to be moved from San Pat County to Nueces County, for instance. But outside of this basin, you'd have to go back to TCEQ for that transfer. Steve, do you want to add anything to that?
Straightforward, we could, yes. You just have to, you already have the permits in hand. You do a simple amendment to add that San Angelo area, saying, okay, you go to TCQ, you got a place of use, because that's the place of use. You're adding the county, boom, you have it. You already did the hard work, the intake, the discharge. That's already done, to answer your question fully. But yes, we could.
I'm coming to you, Councilman Smith. I'm on my way.
Thank you. Heather, you mentioned that we need to apply for an extension in August of 2021. Will that commit us doing that extension?
Yeah, the extension will not commit us to, we still could choose not to issue the debt. It just lets Texas Water Development Board know that we would not be included in their debt plan for 2021.
Okay, so it's a no obligation deal then. So if suddenly it starts raining every day for the rest of our lives, we don't need to spend that $211 million. Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
would not have to make that financial commitment until August of 2022. Exactly. Start building arcs.
Any other questions,
Yes.
Council, Mayor? Question? All right. No more questions? No? Heather, Jorge, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Very good. We'll let our next presenters get set up. Esteban Ramos and Maria Corona. Thank you, Heather. Well done. Okay. This is our last presentation and then we'll break for lunch. Everybody should get real perky. All right, Esteban Ramos and Maria Corona. Maria Corona is our environmental engineer that works with Esteban and Water Resources. They're going to take us through a what if scenario of possible options besides Inner Harbor. So I will let them take it away.
Okay, thank you very much, Amber. Our presentation is going to be about, we've been asking ourselves, okay, what if this project doesn't work? What are the what ifs? What will be the next options? And the city of Corpus Christi has been looking at water supply options for many, many years. We've done a lot of the work. We've done RFIs. We've gone out and talked to companies around this area and say, what options could you supply us? We've looked at different alternative water supplies. And what we're going to do is just go through some of the potential options that are out there for a water source that we have looked at. We've broken it up into a couple of categories. We'll talk about seawater desalination. We'll talk about groundwater. We'll talk about aquifer storage and recovery, and we'll also talk about reuse. Beginning with desalination or seawater desalination, we have what we call, what we labeled option A1, option A2, and option A3. A1, which we talked about all morning long, is the ability to utilize the Inner Harbor with the best location that would provide us with a 20 MGD expandable to 30 MGD facility to meet our current utility and projected demands currently. Looking into the next future, if that weren't an able or a viable site, we could look at bringing on La Quinta Channel, another seawater desalination possibility that would utilize or produce between 20 and expandable to 40 MGD. That would give us this advantage to meet the current and future water supply needs. Now, say that doesn't work out. The city, again, working with everybody, looking at all the possibilities, talking with what's going on. If we somehow were not able to achieve options A and B, we could potentially, if the Port of Corpus Christi were to transfer to the city, like maybe they've mentioned, giving it to us, the site and contributing, I can only say that, you know, that's what we've heard things. Their site may be possible. But again, I want to emphasize this. We've done tons of investment, tons of work, tons of answering these hard questions like you've had all day today asking. Can't necessarily discuss or talk about what those hard questions, how do you bring the water from that site all the way around to feed our area. But it's a possibility, it's an option, it's out there. And I couldn't necessarily stand up here as a water resource manager, provider, giving you ideas, giving you suggestions as a council to look at without necessarily at least giving a nod to that situation. It's a bigger situation, more money, more look needs to be done before I would be like in the right mind say this is a good plan. So I would be coming to you with a lot more investment in questions under that option. But again, this is option A. We can do this. We're working hard to get to this point. We're working hard to utilize this scenario. And I should have started off with really telling everybody and reminding everybody there's no longer any low-hanging fruit in the water supply business, meaning surface water was the best thing for the entire state. Just put a hose in a river, start taking out. We don't have that. It's not going to happen in this area. Building large reservoirs is not going to happen in this area. I can just tell you that. We have Choke Canyon, we have Lake Corpus Christi. That's what we have. we're not going to get any more out of that. There's not going to be another reservoir built like that in our general area. You can go way to North Texas and find the next large reservoir. And that took decades to get through the permitting. Okay, so now the next option, option B, and I'm gonna give it over to Maria. She loves groundwater, so I'll let her talk on that.
Okay, so I'll talk about what happens if none of the desal permits for any of these proposed desal plants are granted by the TCEQ. As Steve mentioned, the city has always been very proactive at identifying the next source of water. We have identified 2 potential groundwater sources that the city could utilize if all of the desal permits are denied. Those 2 suppliers are Evangeline Groundwater and Dimmitt Utility Water Supply Corporation. So Evangeline Groundwater was identified in 2018 during the, can't hear me? How about now? Okay, I'll speak a little louder, sorry about that. Okay, so we have Evangeline Groundwater. They were identified in 2018 during the request for information that the city conducted. This supply can offer the city up to 25 million gallons a day. The cost for this water for the city would be, for raw water in the ground, it would be $1.57. This is just raw water in the ground. This would reserve it for the city, and it would cost $2.99 to pipe that raw water to Mary Roads Pipeline. This would be below the San Patricio take point. And it would cost the city approximately $4.27 for treated water to be delivered to Mary Roads Pipeline. And you have to keep into consideration that this water still needs to be treated at the Owen Stevens water treatment facility. And the good thing, Evangeline has always been very transparent with the city. They have always provided all of the information that we have asked for. This chart here, it represents some water quality parameters that are very important for the city. One of them is total dissolved solids, and the other one is chloride salts. As you can see here, Evangeline has a significantly higher parameters than all of our other sources. And these parameters are very significant because these are the quality parameters that change how the water looks and tastes. The next supply that we have is Dimmitt Utility Water Supply Corporation. They came forward in the 2020 request for information that we did in September of last year, and they can offer up to 50 million gallons a day with a potential delivery time of 24 to 36 months. And that delivery time is based on the time it would take to build a pipeline, a 140-mile pipeline to Dimmitt County. The city needs to do further research on this supply before we can move forward. We don't really have a cost like we do with Evangeline. Again, this is raw water, and it would still need to be treated at the Owen Stevens treatment facility to be compatible with our distribution system. And next, I'll pass it on to Steve to talk about reuse and aquifer storage and recovery, or ASR.
Okay, so now we come down to our 2 final options. And these are 2 options that are used throughout the state of Texas currently. Water reuse is kind of defined on what you think about it. It's coming out of a water treatment plant, and either you use a biological intermediate where you put it into the river or stream and then you pick it back up, and that's called indirect use, or you can use it directly through the water treatment plant, treat it to a potable state, and then introduce it into your distribution system. That is called direct reuse. Somewhat people call it toilet to tap. It's only happened once in the state of Texas. Everybody jokes about it, everybody has questions, but when you get to the nitty gritty, there is no other options that we have. That is a possibility. It has happened. Okay, so it is a viable potential option. Now, the problems, some of the pros and cons, again, y'all kind of hit on one, the concept, what people think about it. It's hard to get around. And then we also have to think about our wastewater treatment plants for the city of Corpus Christi. How much do they produce? They don't produce a lot of water. They don't. So are you getting your bang for your buck? Are you using your source of supply reasonably? Are you going to invest all that money just for a bit? You got to think about it. But we need to think about it as an option. It falls lower into the categories. Finally, we have aquifer storage and recovery. Now, the city of Corpus Christi is blessed to be a part of the Aquifer Storage and Recovery Conservation District. We have our own water conservation district that controls the groundwater within the city of Corpus Christi. That is very good, so we can control the number of wells, the well production, how the well is going to be used. If we utilize a aquifer storage and recovery system, then we can potentially save the water that is coming out of a wastewater treatment plant and store it and then recover it in an aquifer storage and recovery supply. So it is an option. It is something that you can integrate into your entire system. The city of Corpus Christi has spent a lot of the initial steps with the TCEQ doing a feasibility project to see what it would take, the number of wells that would need to be drilled so that you can get to a yield or production level that is worthy of all the investment in it. And you have an option. You can either treat the water to a more, lack of a better word, cleanable, potable state, and then discharge it or store it into the ground, or when it comes back out, then you could clean it again for potable use. Or if you had an industrial customer or some level lower than a potable or residential use that you needed to use it for, you could directly pipe it to that customer. So it gives potential options out there, and it's something you just can't run across. You just can't forget about it. We have it sometime in the future. It may be something we need to dive into more. So we needed to lay it out for you. Next slide.
And I'd like to add one more thing. The ASR water, we had a study done by HDR. We had an HDR pilot study, which concluded that we could probably recover between 13 and 18 million gallons a day. But that project would cost approximately between 68 and 178 million dollars, depending on the low and high quality of that water. So I wanted to add that. And this water the ASR and reuse water would mostly be used to offset potable water use during peaking season and during time of long-term drought.
And one thing I needed to mention too, with reuse, the city of Corpus Christi with its wastewater systems uses a type 2 reuse. So it needs a biological intermediate before you can have human contact. If you go to some of the golf courses, Lozano, they use reuse today. It's a good beneficial use of our wastewater treatment that we're doing. We would need to look at upgrading, again, the wastewater treatment plants to go to a type 1, so you could have direct human contact. You could use it in, say, in an industrial park. You have plants, and you're going to water those plants. You would need to go to type 1 if you're going to have sprinklers just watering all those plants. That is something we can look at. It's called purple pipe. The San Antonio uses that already. Again, but it adds the value to option C that we could potentially use. There's a lot of growth on the south side. There's a lot of opportunities near Greenwood that we could tap into. But we have to invest in that purple pipe to deliver to those places. So just think about it. The next.
Yep, and this pretty much concludes our presentation.
Yeah, I
Um,
just really wanted just to summarize it at the very end. Just gonna remind everybody, we've had those A, B, C, and D options, and that we have multiple choices within option A that are today viable and feasible.
we haven't requested additional numbers for Dimmitt.
Regarding the funding for the pipeline to Dimmitt, is there something similar to the SWIFT fund for the desal that can be used for the pipeline to Dimmitt?
I do not believe so. I have to go back and check that to make 100%, but I don't think it is in the region and plan. So at this round, it wouldn't have gotten into that. Maybe Jorge, do you remember if they got into?
The SWIFT is the sweeter deal, right? But the Water Development Board has the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. Get emotional when I talk about money. So the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund does not require that the project be in the state water plan. But it would have to be applied for by a political subdivision.
And let me talk a little about Dimmitt and groundwater. Groundwater, you think water rights is tricky? Groundwater is tricky because you're going to deal with individual groundwater conservation districts that have individual boards like this that we would have to negotiate with and get permits from. And you set different levels of how much water you can sell or transport out of that particular groundwater conservation district. And what they also said is what they called MAGs, modeled available groundwater, and that could change. So you could get a permit for, say, 100, and because of the situation with pumping, agricultural use in that particular area, your permit goes from 100 down to 20. Those are the things, when you're dealing with groundwater, it's tough. It's tough to deal with. You have to also deal with that landowner that you're taking water out. So you think permitting for a desal plant is easy? Groundwater is going to be its own beast to deal with.
Thank you. 3 questions. One on the groundwater, and I'm with the mic going back and forth. Are these take or pay contracts, and what would be the impact of these? The other is, you mentioned chloride. Why are we concerned about the chloride content? And then the third, does the Mary Rose have the capacity for another 25 MGD or 28,000 acre feet?
Okay, so let me see if I can answer it backwards, because I'll remember it a little backwards from it. You can help me remember if I didn't. With regards to the Mary Roads and the capacity of Mary Roads are built on what supplies we had at that time to fill that pipe. If you add something to that pipe, you're going to already take away from the plan that you had to fill that pipe with that water. So you're giving up space to already a project that you have invested in. So there's that investment that you're losing if you add to it. So you got to think about that. Then with regards to your second part, chlorides, we're customer based. We go out, we got this information. Like Maria said, they've been really honest with us. We shared that. We talked to our customers. That will have an effect on our customers' use. They may not be as efficient and this goes back to conservation too, because we want them to be as efficient as possible, they might not be because the chlorides affect processes. And as Gabe talked about earlier in this whole thing, it could affect the taste of the water because the chlorides would be in it, the salt. Unless you do an RO process, or back to almost desal again, put it into a pipe. Then you're actually even going to need to treat it once more. So it becomes a very complex situation of events just to get to where you are today. Or you do a seawater desal option and you got water. They would be take or pays. We've asked if we could buy it, and they said no. Something, I mean, yeah, I mean, at least we haven't even gone into contracts or negotiations, something like that.
Just repeat what I said. The drought surcharge, the 25 cents, the 5.8 million a year could not be used for a take or pay contract. So that money would be left on the table if we were to do a take or pay contract with these groundwater providers.
These are, options if nothing, right, way to fall back on. But that said, I mean, Dimmitt, why doesn't Dimmitt have any pricing?
So the reason we didn't add the pricing for Dimmitt, when they provided information back in September of 2020, they said less than $3 per 1,000 gallons. That's not a cost that provided any background information with it. We couldn't verify. Evangeline did a really good job at breaking down those costs from operation to capital cost to come up with the numbers that I presented here a few minutes ago. And Dimmitt did not do that, so I didn't think that adding it to the presentation would add much value.
And again, with Dimmitt, I just want to, they gave us a lot of information, but I would really have to question the distance. You're talking about 140 miles, okay, from Dimmitt County down to Owen Stevens. And you're also going through some of the most expensive land. You're talking about Eagle Ford Shell. You're going to have to deal with landowners. You're going to have to deal with obtaining all those easements. That's really questionable. So when I see those, when you see these people give you these numbers, you really have to think beyond what they're really trying to do and, what the numbers actually mean.
Well, right, but it's in the presentation. So for me, if it's here, there should be pricing. It's no different Harbor Island. It will be an exorbitant amount of money, but it's an option.
And we provided what they provided.
If I recall, that was the water which they were providing for the region in that area. And they're also a private owner.
Who, Dimmitt?
Yeah. That was the cost that they were providing for the region at that time. It didn't include distribution system as well as all the purchase of all of the right of ways, including, once again, it was a take or pay contract because it's a private landowner out there in Denver.
And again, to get a well field that big, you're going to have to deal with more than one landowner. And they didn't have permits for that. They had an idea.
Okay.
And I'll just add a little bit more to that. Like Evangeline had broken it down by the different costs in the different area. And they're so close. The proximity of Evangeline is really beneficial. That's one of the big pros, that it's so close to the city. And they can have a turnaround time of, they said, 18 months. With Dimmitt, all they provided was less than $3. and that's including 140-mile pipeline. So just saying less than $3 to me, to this
Right.
presentation, didn't seem.
Okay, okay, and then this is probably for, I'm not sure who, back here or where, or over here. What is, back to the treatment of our two sites? What is the ultimate treatment? The capacity for each one of our sites? Or do we know that? I'm sure you do, but.
Yeah, the ultimate capacity that we have at this point is 30 MGD and 50 MGD. 30 MGD at the Inner Harbor and 50 at the La Quinta.
Right.
40 MGD at the La Quinta channel. Realistically, as I mentioned, if we apply the technology that is now available, we could get another 15 MGD as minimum at each site without changing the permits and with very little modifications of the existing system, except that we'll be paying extra energy because
Okay.
we will be
Okay, I
producing.
just wanted to make certain. So is that additional 25%?
Yes, that is
right?
correct.
On
yes.
each one?
Yeah.
Are there any, or can you expand on permitting limitations for expanding each of those in each site, on each site? Are there any?
As far as the requirements in the permit requirements are not likely to have salinity limitations. They're likely to have volume limitations and toxicity testing, which with the additional modifications I mentioned to increase capacity, we still will be within compliant with those requirements. So my expectation is we will not see permit limitations or penalties as we expand.
Okay, okay, great. Okay, and then last, I would ask, and I'm not sure who, maybe Amber or Peter or whomever, I would like to see, and I think the council, it would benefit us as a whole, an environmental evaluation between both, just in what you know.
Yes.
What you know, as Mr. Arroyo said, he has a lot of detailed information between those two sites, between our Inner Harbor and our La Quinta site in terms of the environment.
Okay, sure.
Factoring how it
yeah,
would
key
have.
pluses and minuses in both,
Exactly.
yes.
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
Sounds good.
I want to ask some questions about your numbers from Evangeline. I pulled up the report and it was slightly different. Their delivered water was 236 and I think you had it at 299. Did they update the numbers to you?
These numbers I pulled directly from a report, or they gave me a parameter data with all the parameters back in
Okay,
September.
I'm just looking at their presentation that I was emailed late last year. And so I wanted to make sure that the
Those-
numbers were correct.
I'll have to check. They sent me an update. I'm not sure if it was before or after, but during the time that we were gathering information, they sent a individual Word document that had all the different
Okay,
water quality parameters.
Well, I can reach out to them directly.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Um,
It was from a Word document. It wasn't in their presentation that they sent separately.
Okay, so you had mentioned that you didn't really have good numbers from Dimmitt. Veolia made a great presentation, and I recommend anybody to see that RFI presentations. If you haven't seen it, I think it was September 26th, something like that. And go look at all those presentations. Veolia did a great presentation about wastewater reuse, but they didn't have any numbers either because, it was just an RFI. And to me, with an RFI, it's just writing in the sand. It's really not. There's really no real numbers attached to that. So if we're going to be making a decision on this, I think we should get some more solid numbers for some of these other options with an RFP as opposed to just the RFI. Because right now, all you're asking us to do is look at what we're looking at through a design build and what that would cost, and not cost for anything else, or at least solid costs. And that includes public-private partnerships for desal or even, build, owner, operate, transfer option. So they made some mentions about what that would cost, but ultimately we want to make sure that the cost per 1,000 gallons is, minimized with all the other factors. But ultimately, the cost per 1,000 gallons is what goes to the cost for the ratepayers. So what are our next options with the ability to do an RFP on these other options?
Neil has written, how many RFPs, Neil? So Neil has written 30 plus RFPs with all sorts of configurations. I'd like to get his feedback on kind of the level of effort and what goes into that.
Yeah, I certainly understand that dilemma that, getting it with an RFP is meaningful, but I can tell you that when you want to get to an RFP, you really want to have addressed all of the risks and put them on an equal basis. You want to address the contracts and put the contracts term. I used to be a vendor, and I used to love to get RFPs that didn't have contracts because I could bid anything, and that didn't mean I had to deliver it. And that's one of the real cautions that you have to contend with. So looking at multiple formats of projects and even getting anything that's even remotely comparable is a tremendous chore. So, it sounds like a great approach, but, you'll well, it's, first of all, you have to have a contracting structure at a very minimal, if not a substantive contract with key terms for each of those things. You'd have to get them to price out the risk, which they don't want to do. You'd have to get firm commitments for financing costs, which are something that they also don't do usually at that stage, on a proposal stage, since that's not really the way that private vendors work initially. They want you to commit, pay them to do some work, let them spend development dollars, and then get you a price, and then tell you, the final price is the day I close. So there's a little bit of difference in that. So all of those things have different, uncertainties, and just coming to any kind of thing to weight them and put them on equal table is pretty difficult. It's one of the reasons that, frankly, I've only, in the 30 odd approaches that I've seen from, significant projects, including fully privatized ones, only one has actually tried to put an RFP out with two totally different formats of projects. It's just, you might as well put the RFI back out and say, give me your best price for this stuff, because it really isn't going to be, unless you want to put a ton of work into it, which I don't recommend, that's really not going to get you a whole lot of anything. The projects are just not the same. So it's kind of like saying, I'm going to go to Caterpillar and ask them, what's their best price on a tractor. I'm going to go to Mercedes and ask them what's their best price on an S550 and say, I'm just going to look at them. It's just not going to work. So, I can't, if you take these approach and if you write an RFP and if you've looked at addressing, your risks the same, then, you'll get a good return on that. If you try to say, gee, just give me a price based on a concept or a delivered volume of water, I can guarantee you they won't be comparable. And, and people have done that with RFIs. Dallas-Fort Worth did that not too long ago. Said, we want privatization ideas a couple of years ago. And sorting them out after that was just, almost, other than a few good ideas that might have popped out, it wasn't a whole lot of value because they're just radically different things. So that's kind of a deal. And I also don't want to kind of undervalue the effort in terms of looking at what goes into the RFP. All of this permitting, all of these things, de-risking and putting that in pricing and coming to commercial terms of how you evaluate those things. Those are all very important endpoints to get to in the RFP. So you got to, that's a tremendous work stream to look at.
Okay, I understand what you're trying to get at, but it's not like we're asking for things that don't exist. Like, for example, with Veolia, they actually built a plant in Honolulu, Hawaii that is similar to what they were just trying to discuss for us. it wouldn't be necessarily a difficult thing for them to look at specifically on what the cost would be associated with that. And you're looking when we were asking for that, there's some good points with a long-term contract of what that would look like, with vendors wanting to do constant increases every year over year, and you end up spending a lot more at the end. Well, you can structure the contract to look differently than that and do it based on cost plus or something along those lines. So there's a lot of options here. What I'm saying is that I don't know what the other prices are. And so you're asking me to make a $222 million decision based on one option. So it makes it very difficult, and we're accountable to the ratepayers, okay? And Jason's a nice guy, but he's not accountable to the ratepayers.
Sure.
Okay, so it's one of the things that we want to make sure that if we're looking at something, that we're looking at every detail as possible for what that cost would be and what those options for the cost are. The only one that really did a decent job was Evangeline in providing us cost. But it's still below what Mary Rose Phase 2 costs.
And that certainly that's a point that I think our entire team heard, in terms of understanding, not putting forth, one perfect option, but looking at the portfolio. So I think, without going, and I'm going to be very clear, I don't recommend going to an RFP, but doing some, more definition, at least at some level, of what these options are. They can be evaluated, even on the face of them in terms of what their likely outcomes of cost are like.
The reason I say RFP, and this is something that our attorney provided specifically, is an RFI doesn't have any legal purchasing aspect to it.
Correct.
An RFP does.
It's how it's making anything in the context of an RFP with that diverse a selection be meaningful either. As I said, without contracts, without, these are not general terms that you buy like buying pencils. So, anytime you're going to get them water, what's the time, what's the default conditions, things like that come up in that stuff where, 142 miles of pipeline building that's a pretty interesting challenge for anybody to do, even if you know what the plant looks like at the end. So there are ways to look at a portfolio and develop them to get to some relative cost idea. I think that's a fair statement.
I think so too. I think I see a budding friendship.
There you go.
Okay, I'm going to do one more question, and then I'm going to ask, if possible, with Mayor's permission, that questions be engaged during lunch, one-on-one. Okay? All right. Councilman Pusley.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to go back just a second, Steve, to a question that Councilman Smith brought up a while ago. So it's my understanding that the Mary Rhodes pipeline running at maybe not full capacity, but larger capacity today, we could easily go to almost 80 million gallons a day, but currently we're running at about 43.
Yes.
And because of some pump design issues or whatever, if we fix those problems, we could bring on easily another 30 MGD a day through the Mary Rhodes pipeline.
Yes, to bring already the supply that it was meant to bring.
Okay, well, I don't know what that means.
It
but
means that we have water rights from the Colorado River
right,
and Texana water that we need to put into the pipe to bring down.
Okay.
That fills the pipe.
But you still have the ability to bring another 30 MGD a day here.
No, we need to do the upgrades, add more pumps, and then we can get to those additional.
But that wouldn't cost,
supply.
that wouldn't cost $20 million to do. Wouldn't cost.
It could cost $20 million to put on a couple. We have to upgrade 6 million gallon tanks at both sites, pump stations. We have to bring on new pumps. We have to do the electrical costs. So it could get to the 20 million.
Okay, well, that's a lot less than 220 million. Well, so I guess my point is, and I don't mean that we need to do that and in lieu of desalination, because I think desalination is our ultimate solution. But I just think it's important for the council to know that there's another 30 MGD available to us that we could take advantage of through the existing infrastructure that we have currently. And I don't know why we're not planning to take advantage of that at some point, so that if we had another Exxon pop up on the horizon here overnight, that we could say, oh yeah, we can do that like within a few months. Anyway.
It gets back to also and Gabe can talk about the water quality too, that you have to think about. And we kind of hinted to it with the numbers.
It's the same water. What do you mean water quality?
I was thinking you were bringing in a new supply, the groundwater into the Mary Roads.
And I'd like to add a little bit something. So the Mary Roads pipeline water is already included in our firm yield supply calculations. So whenever we're looking at when we'll need the next supply of water, when we'll reach the 75% point, that is accounting all of the water that we have rights to and that we purchase through the Mary Roads pipeline. So as you mentioned, we have capacity to bring on more water from those supplies. But with the customers that we have that are coming or that have already, we have signed contracts with, they already are exceeding or meeting or exceeding our 75%.
So you've already committed that water even though you're not bringing it down the pipeline?
Well, I'm saying that the 75% yield, we're going to meet it in the next few years.
Okay. Which means you've committed that water.
Right.
She took your water. Okay. All right. I'm gonna, you better be quick.
I don't have to. You know, I could talk about this forever. One of the other interesting things, and that goes into some of the alternatives, is that capacity for transmission and treatment doesn't necessarily transmit to availability of supply. So for instance, you're about to undergo a big project at the surface water plant in Stevens to take it up to a capacity of 200 MGD, but that doesn't do you any good if you don't have 200 MGD in the reservoirs. So the idea of an alternative to supply is just a supplement to the regional system to help diversify that portfolio. And, you know, Steve's projections, the regional projections on supply versus demand, I think they've been very cautious in not accounting for growth that we don't know about, but the take or pay contracts that have been signed do exceed that 75% threshold. They don't exceed the 75. Right, at the take or pay amounts. That's correct, Councilman Smith. You're right about that.
Yes, okay. And one more thing for clarity. Nikolai, you said that La Quinta site is I don't know, would we say is a more lucrative site than Inner Harbor? It is.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, it is environmentally and naturally, because of the natural flushing that goes through the La Quinta channel. Environmentally, it is certainly a better site, and that's why it can take larger capacity of load of discharging brine into it. It does not have the contamination we have observed in the other channel, like the heavy metals that you mentioned.
Right.
So that makes treatment less costly.
Less costly. So the impact to, that was the answer then, the impact to the fact that those lead and arsenic and all of that makes it impacts us because it's more costly because of that. Sediment would be, I would imagine, you know, kind of like kicked up because of the
There is, yeah, we're considering that, and also we're considering it in a slightly different design in the intake, because we don't like to take the sediment when it gets resuspended by ship traffic. We're also considering it in the disposal, because we do need to have basically chemicals that remove those substances. We precipitate them in the dissolved air flotation clarifiers. In the other case, if we don't have them, we don't have to have those clarifiers. So there is this difference, let's say, in capital costs of about 5 to 8% because of this extra treatment, plus some O&M because we don't have to dispose of the metals that are removed as sludge, basically, and hauled to the.
Okay. And I look forward to all that in the evaluation of
Sure.
the environmental impact. That's very important to me.
Yeah, it is environmental and cost both because
And
the
cost, of
environmental
course.
basically carry cost associated
Right,
with it.
exactly. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so I think we're going to wrap it up now. And so there being, pardon, any other questions? No. Okay.
Thank you.
There being no further business, I will close the meeting.